Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to be.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello survivors and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We are here for day 2 of week 3, and of course joining me for today it's going to be none other than the amazing, the mustachio AJ and Hola. Gentlemen, welcome back. We've just had day 1 yesterday, and so far the group shuffles have been pretty interesting. We've had some strange but surprising results for some teams. I think we've got to walk the viewers through what happened yesterday in case they missed the games. We'll start with AJ. What do you feel like were the most important things that we learned after the roster shuffles yesterday?
I think the biggest impact was to 2 teams, AB Radicals as well as Farang. They weren't able to dominate as much now that they're both in the exact same grouping. But the surprising thing there was it wasn't them doing that damage to each other. It was the other teams that were in the exact same grouping that were snatching away the kills. Yesterday was the rise of, I wouldn't really say the underdogs because these are quite big brands. We're talking about teams like Blacklist International. We're talking about Sem9 stepping up. We're talking about Geek Fam finally waking up and climbing up the leaderboard. So it's just teams out there that are finally getting into the groove of things. And those that initially dominated, they tried to run away with the points before these guys started to wake up, right? Except for one team. Expand continued to wake up with the teams that were sleeping, and they continued to dominate the leaderboard as well. They snatched away that second place from Farang. So I'm very happy to see exactly what's going on out there. And the most amazing thing through all of whatever I said is the fact that we don't just see 1 or 2 teams dominating every single booyah out there on the leaderboard. And that's exactly what's so amazing about MCPS right now.
Yeah, Hola?
I think we're seeing who the contenders are. Who really wants it at the end of the day? I mean, AJ talked about Sem9 really wanting to step up. They were 12th place. They've jumped into the 10th spot right now, and so they're kind of a little bit more comfortable, definitely as of yesterday's progression that they had. But another surprise team, at least to us, was Bloody Head. This is a team that scored actually the 4th or the 3rd highest points in all of yesterday with 63 points. Bloody Head, this is a completely under-the-radar team that has really gotten themselves into this. Yes, they were the invites, and we do know about them, but they actually showed up for the first time. They really want this in the second half.
You know, AJ, I feel like we've been through this multiple times now with Bloody Head. The team is very quiet. They're sort of sleeper mode at the beginning of the tournament, and then as it progresses, the team just gets better and better. I found this interesting graphic this morning. I was just scrolling on social media, and I found it really interesting.
Okay.
It was a graphic of two characters sitting behind you, the little lemonade stands, right? Like the little wooden things. At the top, one said, "Hungry to win," and there was a whole bunch of people queued up for that lemonade stand. And then on the other side, it was "Hungry to do whatever it takes to win," and nobody actually queued for that lemonade stand. And I feel like this is very representative for some of the teams out there, where they will come up with these rosters with, they'll just get the best people that they know. You'll see these superstar lineups, and you'll just think, this is going to be an amazing lineup. They've got this person, they've got this person, they've got this person. But it doesn't end at the roster. It ends with what you do with that roster, how you train with the roster, how you're able to adapt to your teammates. And I think this is something that we've seen with some of these teams, right? I keep having to bring them up, but I think a team that we sort of think are in this situation might be Todak. This is a team that is a star-studded lineup. We know the players. We know that they are good, but something behind the scenes, it's just not working, or something's broken. I think that's a strong word, but you kind of know what I mean, right? So what do you really do now? Because it's not just Todak. There are a couple other teams that are currently suffering like this. And we're already past the halfway mark. And if you don't start picking things up now, does it even matter anymore?
I don't think it's going to matter because if you notice, Toda's performance isn't horrible, and at the same time, it's not fantastic. They're just doing the bare minimum to survive. You know, they don't want to go all out just yet. And I have a sneaking suspicion that it might just be due to them being targeted in the past. They don't really want to have a bullseye on their backs anymore. They just want to get into the grand finals and then do their own thing, because each and every single, you can't go from a star team that has got superior mechanical skills into a bunch of nobodies overnight. And that seems to have happened to Toda. So I think there's a little bit more to this story. I think the boys will be able to bounce back, and I think they're waiting for the right time to strike. And now during the league stage, it's 100% not the right time to strike, because once again, you're talking about 24% of that overall prize pool being available just in the group stages alone, and the rest of the 76% of that prize pool is waiting for you at the grand finals. So which one is going to be a bigger win if you perform, you know, whether it is over the 8 days of the league stage or the 2 final days of grand finals where you just have to chug out your very best over 16 matches. I think that's exactly what Toda is waiting for. And they do have not just the mechanical supremacy, but also the kind of strategy to get them into that final circle. But for some reason, they're just not doing that. So
Yeah.
I hope it is the strategy and not just the fact that the boys just don't have that fire in them anymore.
Hold on, I kind of want to ask you here, back onto the whole hungry to win sort of thing. What teams would you identify as being the teams that are so hungry to win that they're doing anything possible to get those points and to make it to that grand final?
For the record, well, I mean, these guys are definitely already a shoe-in. But I think it's going to be, let's talk a little bit about Expand, right? They had a record-breaking day in terms of points. I think it was like about 114. But this is a team that could have coasted, right? They could have pulled a Todak and just been like, hey, you know, we'll just deal with it. You know, we'll get the prize pool when we get to the grand finals, and we'll just kind of take it easy until we get there.
Yeah.
But this is a team that's continuing to prove to others and to themselves that they want to be here, that they deserve to be the best. Now, kind of going into what we talked about in terms of, you know, these getting to the finals and coasting along. Some of those teams, like at the top of the standings at MCPS, they have not done well. Generally speaking, when they're at the top, they don't usually win out in the grand finals. So again, it might be them just kind of saving strats or just making sure that they're ready for the finals when it's about to come.
Yeah, speaking of ready, I think one of the best ways to get ready for the game is to be fashionably late. Well, I guess fashionably earlier makes more sense in this situation. But just to remind all of our viewers, so what we've started to do with the league stage is that all of the teams participating are going to be wearing a limited time skin. Now, the reason why we're doing this is firstly because they look fabulous, but secondly, it's also for you guys to take a look at the skins in person, because let's be realistic, when you see something in the shop, it is so different once you have it in game. And so our featured skin for this week is the Paradise Defender bundle. And if you're interested, because I'm very sure if you've been in the Moko shop, you have seen this. If you're interested, the skin is going to basically disappear, go poof, on the 20th of September. So you have until then to get the skin. And if you're on the fence, I mean, you're probably at the best place to sort of see that skin in action, because we saw it in action. And I love it. I love the cape. I don't know why I'm a sucker for capes, but sometimes I wonder, like, wait a minute, what if someone sees my cape fluttering, like, around the corner? Is that like a tactical disadvantage? So far, it hasn't been the case, but, ooh, the skin is, mwah, love it.
It won't be a tactical disadvantage because thankfully you guys get to see the skins, but everything that the players see out there is totally generic, right? And once again, that's one of the best things that Garena has done for the Free Fire competitions. Not only do we see generic skins, we see generic gun skins, and we also turn off the kill feed. You don't know who you're shooting at, you don't know who's taking pot shots at you. If there's 2 teams, 3 teams inside of a certain compound, you really do not know who you're shutting down, which is exactly where things can get really messy. You see 3 teams in there, you see more than 4 players, the only sign is to run away as quickly as possible. And teams that don't really do that usually get annihilated halfway.
Oh yeah, we've seen that one too many times. But it looks like we are going to proceed with the show as the players, I think they are in the lobby and ready to go. And if you're wondering what the map is going to be for today, we had Bermuda and Kalahari yesterday, which means it's Purgatory and Alpine today. And of course, just a quick reminder to everyone that has been participating in the show. Yesterday, we always run 8 games on the first day of the weekend. So because we're on the second, we're only going to be running 7. So we will be starting off with A versus B for our first 2 games on Purgatory and Alpine, followed by Group B and C on Purgatory and Alpine, and then finally, interestingly enough, for A versus C, it's going to be 1 round of Purgatory and double Alpine. I think this is going to be pretty cool, guys.
I mean, once again, I'm just being caught off guard here because I was under the impression that it was going to be Alpine Purgatory, Alpine Purgatory, Alpine Purgatory, Alpine, which means 4 maps of Alpine, but just not in this particular order. So I
We
need
will
to
find
do
out
lots.
soon.
So I need. No, the problem here is I'm an Excel sheet boy. Now I've got to calculate everything. I've got to redo all of my calculations, which is going to mess up all of my data for the day. So, GGWP, bro.
It's fine. Things happen. We'll keep moving forward for now, though, right? We've got the point system. It's the very standard point system where if you get that booyah, you've got 12 points. Second place, you get 9. And then as you go down, you're going to be getting 1 point less. Up until 11th and 12th, where unfortunately, if you wind up down here, you'll get no placement points, but your only saving grace is going to be those kill points, right? Every kill point is going to equate to a single point, and we have seen situations where teams, they finish in the middle of the bracket, for example, in 6th place, but they get enough kill points to still land themselves in 3rd place. So plenty of room here for the teams to try and climb back up on that leaderboard if they get eliminated early. So very standard point system. I think the only team that's really benefited from the kills has been AB Radicals, right? They've been snatching up the kills from these lobbies, so everyone's scrambling for placement points.
Well, they've gotten all the kills. It looks like Blacklist International have actually been doing most of the damage. So I'm not sure if it's just that they're stealing them or what, but AB Radicals seem to be in the right spot. But let's talk a little bit about the groups here, A, B, and C. I think that we saw a little bit of the shakeup had happened. Things have definitely changed in terms of how teams are playing out. But what do we think is the strongest group?
Good question, right? I think yesterday we saw Group B really struggle, even though it had AB Radicals, Farang, and Panda EWG in this group. So just from that alone, I don't know if we're going to be seeing Group B perform today, because if you look at this grouping, it should. But Group A and Group C, these guys did remarkably well, right? Expand has been doing fantastic. Bloody Head, you said earlier today, they got the 3rd most points yesterday. And also you got Blacklist. I mean, Group A seems to be the biggest winners here in my eyes. What do you think, AJ?
I think that might just be the case. In terms of Alpine dominance, we usually will have to depend on Group B mainly. AB Radicals as well as Farang have shown us that they really can pop off there. And we do have Supreme Assault Forces from Group C. But Purgatory, on the other hand, is a little bit more balanced, with Blacklist International finding the most points out there on Purgatory, followed by Axis Esports. And, of course, 2 teams from the side of Group B, which is AB Radicals as well as Pando EWG. So both of these maps, you see all of the groups in equal participation. It's just that some of them go a little crazy, and that some basically just means AB Radicals.
Yeah, just a quick glance here at the league stage prize pool. So if anyone's wondering, excuse me, there's a total prize pool of $70,000. Where is it? The rest of this prize money is in the grand finals. We're currently in the league stage, so the teams, they are placing for top 12. Even if you don't place top 12 here, it's fine. You are still going to walk away with something. But all the teams here, they are gunning for that top 12 because they'll qualify directly for that grand final that's going to be happening next month. I know everyone's super excited about that because that's where most of the money is going to be. So here we go, league stage prize pool. I think we're just about ready to go here for our first groupings. It's going to be groups A versus B, and we've only got 2 rounds for this group. Now, we need to probably start this discussion here on AB Radicals. We saw this team really struggle yesterday, but this is supposed to be their day, right? They are the kings of Alpine. Supposedly, I'm a little bit worried about this now. is it still going to translate to them being the Kings of Alpine? That's what I'm worried about. Can you imagine this team bombing out this weekend?
I can't.
I think everyone would be in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, if they were almost equal in terms of points with the other teams, and the group shuffles kind of bring in a little bit of a different flavor, I might be able to say that, okay, they might drop some points, but there's a vast difference in the number of points that AB Radicals can pick up at Alpine in comparison to anybody else. Even Farang, who are very adept at playing at Alpine, are at 77 points in total so far, versus AB Radicals, who have 123 points. That's close to double of whatever the second best team has. So a little bit of change in groupings should not affect them all that too much. But we did see a little bit of a dip in performance from Wine. That might be a problem.
Yeah, that would be. But we do want to remind all of our viewers that we have a giveaway happening later today. Paula, what are we giving away for today's code?
We're going to be giving 2 Extreme Adventure Weapon Loot Crates, and that's going to be throughout the stream, so you got to stay tuned. We don't know when it's going to happen, and I think we're all going to be kind of waiting for that. So we'll all be surprised when it happens together.
Yeah, so make sure you claim that code. This is a time-limited code. It's not a quantity-limited code, so you can claim it at any point until the end of the stream. So if you miss out and the stream has shut down and the code's not working, we told you to claim it. Claim that code, okay? This is my final warning to everyone out there. This is some free goodies. It's from Garena. It's our thank you to all of our viewers, not only to tuning into the stream, but also for playing Free Fire. Thank you so much for enjoying the game. We are so happy that you guys enjoy Free Fire as much as you do. And we are going to jump into the most exciting part of the show, which is the game. We're going to be jumping into Alpine for our first map of the day. And so this is going to be the map where it's essentially a free-for-all, right?
Yeah.
We don't have a team that is purgatory only, like AB Radicals and Alpine. So we've got 50 seconds before we jump into this game. Can we start a prediction here? Let's just go for a blind prediction. Who do we think is actually going to take this map?
Blacklist International. That's what I think.
Wow. Okay. Paula?
All right, well, I'm not going to sing it, but I'm going to go with the Expand. I think that they had a lot of momentum going into today. I expect to see big things out of them as well.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for your predictions. Let's see if any of those two teams are going to claim the booyah for this round. But it's Group A versus B, Game 1 of Week 3, Day 2. Let's jump into this game. Paula, AJ, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. We're going to be going into the first match of the day. This is, of course, A versus B. We're going to be in Purgatory. We're starting it off with a banger. It's going to be, the top 2 teams, or the top 2 groups, excuse me. I think that this is going to be a lot of fireworks. What are your thoughts, AJ?
I think I'm expecting the exact same thing, right? Just, all of the teams out there popping off as much as possible, doing whatever they can do at Purgatory before Group C jumps into the fray, because usually we see a majority of the points going the way of Group C. Teams like Axis Esports, Hard to Get, Sem9, Toda, they're all very adept at playing Purgatory. And if you look on the side of Groups A and B, you see 3 main teams: Blacklist International, AB Radicals, as well as Pando EWG. So if the historical data of all of these matches kind of progresses in the exact same way, if we see consistency out of these teams, then we should see the exact same ones dominate. But, from what we saw yesterday, I want to see some of these new names creep up as well, right? I want to see them rise up to the occasion. NC has been doing pretty good recently in terms of stepping up their gameplay. I hope to see a little bit more of that on the battlefield as well, because although they've stepped it up, there just isn't any bit of consistency out of NC, which is the most disappointing part. So they show some signs of brilliance, and those sometimes happen very rarely out there on the battlefield.
Very, very true. And they need to start slow. I think that they need to kind of just get themselves some sort of points. They haven't been lucky in a sense. They seem to be getting eliminated somewhat early. But speaking of someone who's getting eliminated early, Icons, 4 Eyes already out at this stage. It seems like things are starting out pretty hot right here on Purgatory.
Let's see exactly how does No Escape Revolt get out of this sticky situation. Revival point there. But the torture here is they can't get to it. Rosso X knocked down onto the ground. Tom cannot go in for the save. Jabat runs back towards the revival point. Rotates away from the revival point. I don't really know exactly what the idea here is. Cap brings 4 Eyes right back in. Orange Esports. This is one of those teams that just confuses the living daylights out of me, because They are such a strong team in terms of they've got great individual skills in terms of their roster setup, but they just don't seem to be delivering exactly what the brand is supposed to be delivering out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, and I think it might be just more of that they're not used to going up against these teams. I mean, these are the top tier teams in Malaysia, Philippines, and the region. But it's a very difficult situation to be in, because you're up against, maybe you play some other ranked games, or you're scrimming against other squads. So sometimes you don't have that strategy, and so you might be caught off guard by those kinds of things. So it's more of, I look at this as more of just like a learning experience. Yes, it's just one league, one season, or whatever it is, but you're learning a lot even when you lose.
Let's see how are they going to be able to bounce back from this as Blacklist International rotates away. They are not going to get unlucky here because it looks like Farang's leaving the compound, and therefore no big fights for Blacklist International to perhaps mess up. In fact, they've done pretty well so far, but too bad. Stays behind to play the game of distraction, wherever Spade and Jesbu back away towards the waters. Now they've got to swim across. And so if Too Bad wants to play a game of distraction, he needs to do something right here, right now. Make a little noise. Too Bad right behind. ZOP does not see that coming. Gets sprayed down onto the ground. Too Bad secures the kill first before he gets knocked down onto the ground, and Fires drops him just as that happens. Smart play by Too Bad to secure that kill, or else it would have just been a wasted opportunity. Now the time has been bought here, but Fire circles around. He was the guy that turned around, punished Too Bad. Now with the opportunity to punch Jesbu, but Jesbu does have the Woodpecker on hand, which means long-range engagement to shut down Faiz, and him and his aggression can be possible now.
Did we just witness a crime? I feel like Too Bad was just like waiting for the guy to just, to withdraw his money from the ATM, and then he just got ambushed. He got taken out. I mean, at the end of the day, he got took out as well. But, this is one of those moments where, do we report it or what do we do?
It just shows you crime doesn't pay, man. As Spade and Jesbu, they back away from this compound. We expected a little bit of strong performance here from Team Farang, but that's only going to be in Alpine. And they've got 4 maps of Alpine to play today, so Farang doesn't really need to worry about too much of a low performance in Purgatory. In fact, they are not really one of the top performers of Purgatory. But they do all right, It's not like they don't pick up points at all. They sit somewhere in the midsection of the overall dominance when it comes to Purgatory. So that's good on them. So as they run away, it's pretty much a decent performance as usual, as long as they can survive and get towards the center of the circle later on and bring their team members right back in here. But for Bloody Head, on the other hand, this team is not really proficient on Purgatory. So getting involved in a scuffle very early on in the game is going to be absolutely horrible for them. The blessing in disguise here is they go up against Icon, who does worse.
I like the fact that you're pointing out, like Bloody Head doing not so well on Purgatory, and some teams are doing well in others. But it's more of like a mixed bag, right? You're not going to be amazing on every single map. So it's like, where do you draw the line in terms of, like, how do I get better on this one? Like, what do I need to do to get better on, Purgatory? What do I need to do?
And, if you want to do that, you just got to practice a little bit more before the competition comes along, man. Because out there on the battlefield, you really got to be a dominant soul in terms of engagements if you want to kind of like go out there and pull out some experiments, try to tease your opponents to see exactly what sort of, a strategy can be executed out there cheekily so that you can steal away some extra bit of points. But overall, if you are struggling on these maps, you really just need to focus on not scrimming, but jumping into a couple of custom lobbies and rotating, from compound into compound. When the circle approaches you, you got to time how long does it take to rotate from one compound to the other compound. You got to find exactly what are those areas where you can have cover at the very least, because you see, this compound is so open, but at the same time, you've got a little bit of cover from the buildings within the compound itself. So you got to perhaps, just plan out your line of trajectory. How do you get from point A to point B with the most cover possible? And those are the kinds of things that if you do practice outside of the competition, when you get into the competition, makes you an absolute survival beast. Because this is Battle Royale at the end of the day. You got to play the game of survival. And just as anticipated, Bloody Head doesn't deal doesn't really face a lot of difficulty here dealing with the players of Icon. But now NC jumps straight into the next battle. NC's not a great team. They shouldn't be able to shut down Bloody Head. But Bloody Head just getting out of a battle. A lot of those resources used up already. So this is quite the great opportunity for NC to pick off a few points off of them.
Yeah, and to be honest, I love the insights that you gave. For all of the up-and-comers that are viewing and they're watching this one and they're trying to be like, how do I get better? AJ's dropping knowledge for you. So just, I hope you clip that. Make sure that you do take notes on what you need to do to get better, because I think all of that was gold. But speaking of which, if we're going to go EWG right here, I think that this is a perfect spot. They're on the edge of the circle. They understand the views, the angles that they need to do. They're going to skirt the outside, and they're going to make it difficult for AV, or kind of on the run. Don't really see what's going on here. And it looks like they're going to isolate Ritus here.
And see, this is that point in case, right, where you really need to plan out your route of rotation into the circle, because open grounds, man, you're a sitting duck. And although AV Radicals is quite dominant when it comes to these gunfights, you will still spill a little bit of blood. And unfortunately for AV Radicals, it's their own blood. But a great recovery here. They pick their team members right back up. No damage done overall. Just a couple of medkits couldn't be used. But AV Radicals, as usual, they go in for that very quick hot drop into the high tier loot zones when you open up that matchup. And look at this. Wine alone has got 11 of those medkits on him. This guy can be a monster out there and still recover each and every single time he gets away from one of those battles. It's a 2v1. This is crazy. Wine has the double barrel with so little HP left on himself. Monito finally drops by for that backup. Jay-Z from afar drops Ritus. But Monito, the question is, can he back up the rest of his team members and shut down? Wine still alive. All of those 11 medkits doing him really great, but Monito puts him down with the double barrel. Fantastic play by the Eastern Wolves gang, punishing the players of AV. But here comes Blacklist International as well. They want to stick their noses in here and play third party. Can they get away with all of these kills? Miro opens things up with a good grenade first that does not connect. Has got the double vectors in hand, but gets flashed to Kingdom Come. Monito with the backstab. Has got the Mag 10 on him as well in the hands of Thua. Eastern Wolves gang is going to be deadly in the CQC.
It was absolutely massive there. Wine going down, that was the biggest one. He's the #1 killer in the entire league. He had 71. He's going to get 0. That was a very ambitious attack there, going 1 versus 2 into EWG. That was probably not going to happen. Monito made him pay. But Blacklist International still coming out on top. They do have 3 members that are still alive. Jay-Z is the lone survivor. He's going to go back, try to res up his teammates, tell him what happened with all of his buddies, because they're all dead now.
And the problem here with EWG and why they lost that gunfight and why they have to rotate away is because they had the gun set up to take the best of close quarters combat, but they did not have long-range engagement capability like what the players of Blacklist had. You saw the AWM, you saw a sneak peek of that AC-80 in the hands of Blacklist International, and pretty much the side of AV Radicals, you did see that setup itself, but it was EWG that struck first. Blacklist saved the players of AV Radicals, took those spot shots against EWG, but both of them get away. We still do have 10 teams in here, and no escape revolt exiting the lobby makes this 9 teams. A little unfortunate for all of these early skirmishes, but I'm happy to see Farang recover from that earlier fight. And they've got 3 players in here, only to bring the next one back in. But none of those buy points, none of those revival points anywhere near them. So they've got to rotate in towards Brasilia. There is one just at the edge of that next circle. If they don't get there in time, it's going to be a little bit too late to bring their brother right back in.
It's going to be difficult, but Roy here, speaking of difficult, these are difficult shots. The glue walls are there blocking most of it, but NC's sticking together. They realize that we're going to have the powers in numbers, but they're up against Expand as well. So Expand has joined the party. They've got 3 kills. The glue wall, woo, that was very close. He keeps himself alive too fast, hiding behind this glue wall here, trying to get the nice pop shot. Oh, but the grenade, I think he knocked himself down on that one, but that's going to be a little awkward. But X-Roy going in, gets Ryu on the knock, and he looks to clean this one up. Expand, this is the powerhouse that we're talking about from yesterday.
Oh, Expand. One would have not expected Expand to do so much of dominance, to bring out so much of dominance in Purgatory. But here they are, 7 kills already, and now teasing up the players of Anxiety. But Bloody Heads from the back as well. They want a piece of this action. They move right on in for that battle, and Expand uses that as the signal to disengage and back away from this fight. And that's one of the things I absolutely love about Expand. They know exactly when to engage, and more importantly, they know when to disengage. They do not go in full committal for the ego challenge. They just want to play points. They want to play the circle, and it's the defense that is the best offense here, and Expand always is that best example.
And that's how you can see the top tier teams between the not so top tier teams, right? It's one of those things where, you know, they know when to put the gas, the pedal to the metal, so to speak. But that was a nice shot by Mark, trying to get some nice damage in there. But Bloody Head is also another team that's on the rise. They've done quite well. They have 6 kills already. Anxiety are very close. This is going to be a pretty big one. Oh, they're right next to each other. They're on top of the building. They do see them. So Bloody Head are going to have to be very cautious as they move from the next circle.
Bloody Head and Anxiety, they are very close to each other in terms of what they can do out there on the battlefield. In terms of positioning, in terms of combat capability, they are equal. So this fight is going to go 50-50, but AB Radicals, they bomb out on Purgatory. That's a surprise, but, you know, to no detriment to AB Radicals as well, because they've dominated the lobby so far. They had 69 points of lead over Expand, but with them bombing out, Expand now has a great opportunity of shutting down, closing that gap a little bit more. Kaloy, Mag 7 flies on out, but Fura has the exact same gun, puts him down onto the ground. Anxiety cannot rest their teammates anymore, and Fura recovers himself a little bit more. Bloody Heads, they are just flying into battle and losing player after player. Blacklist International doing a number on the players of Farang. Mark from afar has got the UMP in hand. That SMG can do a lot of damage, but you need your players close enough. Blacklist International, on the other hand, they tease Farang, and Farang fights right back. Good grenade being thrown out. Ashura and Faiz. Faiz low on HP. Circles around. Ashura, bad move. Jumper with the Charge Buster alone handles his own, but all thanks to Orange Esports that takes out the last player of Farang, allows the guy to continue surviving out there. Fantastic plays as Bloody Head now gets eliminated as well by Kanoho. This is why you do not pull off a hasty ambush into a compound that is already defended. Anxiety, what a play. That 50-50 matchup goes the way of Anxiety.
Take it, take it. That was going to be the number 3 Farang. They've been eliminated 7th. Then you saw Bloody Head. You give them a compliment. They get eliminated in 6th right away. Right? It was one of those moments that it's bound to happen. But now we've got Expand. Look at this team on the rise, continuing to just close in on the lead that AB Radicals had. They had a 69-point differential going into this one, but they're definitely going to catch up now. They have 10 kills to their name, and they're going to get a ton of placement points at this point. They're in prime position right now.
In week number 1, when Expand played Purgatory, they picked up only 24 points from all of their matches. If they can secure the Booyah now without even picking up a single kill after this, which is going to be impossible if they're going to go for the Booyah, they're definitely going to get more kills. They'll already equalize their performance on week number 1. It's all about the Booyah play now for the players of Expand, who are keeping to the very edge of this circle, but they don't really have a lot of time. But that high ground advantage is exactly what they're looking for, and they use it to perfection. Miro now hides away behind the car, but his leg's sticking out. Roy spots him. Groza more than enough to secure that slay, and Expand continues blasting through those players. Miro, final survivor with the Max 7, makes sure he puts Cobra out of commission, so no more rest for Cobra, and one of the CQZ specialists on the side of Expand out of the equation, which means in the final circle, the fight gets very difficult for Expand. But Too Fast is a monster. Too Fast has the grenade launcher, already dealt that damage. He wants to dominate this. Expand now stands in a very comfortable position to secure this Booyah.
They are ambushing. They're throwing grenades. They're going in this one. Expand is just completely on point. They eliminated Blacklist International, and they want more. They're continuing to clean house at this stage. They've got 14 kills. Who's next? They're going to look to find Orange Esports, and they're just running in on everybody. It's just mechanical skill at this stage.
Absolutely, man. X-Roy, perfection with the timing! And it is the Charge Buster once again. Expand, this is no mercy gameplay. Anxiety gets anxiety just seeing them out there on the battlefield. Final 2 players. One more on the side of Anxiety. Fura circles around. It's that SMG. Mini Uzi in hand. Axel with the long-range engagement capability, and Too Fast doesn't even need to pull out the Charge Buster. Just needs to whip out that grenade launcher, and it's going to be GGWP. Can he get the pop? There is a little bit of an angle, and he does exactly that. Secures the victory, and Expand start the day off hot, working off the adrenaline built up yesterday, outperforming week number 1's performance in just 1 game.
Okay, of all the time that I've spent casting Free Fire, I think this is the first prediction that I've ever gotten right? I was going to say that X-Man was going to win, and it looks like they've done quite well. This is for you all along. Happy birthday. I'm not going to read that name, but let's throw back in Danny into this one. Danny, what are your thoughts on that game?
God, that was such a crazy end game, right? So I think one of the biggest things I was looking at was the fact that the Farang and Blacklist engagement in the corner. That was a mess, gentlemen. It looked like it was going to be Farang to be able to pick up Blacklist, but Orange Esports coming in clutch, getting the pickoff onto Farang, denying them the potential of a booyah and getting all those pickups, and it also gave Blacklist a way back into the game. And this kind of hurt Expand at the this also hurt Expand at the same time, right? Because Miro was still alive, he was the last person on the team, kills off Cobra. Things could have gone terribly because we know Cobra is a major factor for Expand's lineup. But I think Expand, they still played it correctly. They still maintained the center compound with Orange Esports. They were just camping, grabbing kills. They didn't need to go out up until that final fight. But the same thing can be said for Axis, right? I think Axis did the best thing possible going into that late game. They just hid. They didn't reveal themselves until the very end, until it was the final two. And sure, they don't get the final booyah, but you've gotten second place. So great stuff there. I think the team, it was Anxiety, excuse me. Anxiety be pretty happy with themselves for this because this is a team that has struggled, and I think they are very happy with these points, even though it wasn't the booyah.
And Anxiety, it was very, they're, again, the 13th place team, right? They want to get into it. They need to get those points. They need to figure something out. They were doing things, a little questionable at times, but it actually paid off for them in the end. They did get some kills. So Anxiety on the board, they need those points going into, the rest of the league.
I'm just, when you compare performance from week to week, sometimes we compare, a team versus, team A versus team B, team B versus team C. But my main focus is to see exactly how teams perform against themselves week after week when they play in the exact same map. I always look for the teams that can improve their gameplay as well as strategy. The conversation that I was having with Holler, even throughout that match, as to what teams do need to focus on, those rotations are going to be key. That was one of the biggest factors as to why the players of the old Blacklist International used to dominate Kalahari so much. They used to also dominate Purgatory because their rotations were always on point. They always kept to the edge of the circle. And this is exactly what you see Expand kind of, investing all of their time into. And it's very clear that they are looking at practicing and perfecting all of these rotations because every single time you spot them, they are in one of the best positions possible out there on the battlefield. And you do not get those positions by chance. You can't be like Blacklist, the current Blacklist, and you can't be like Farang, who are rotating out in the open ground because you're playing this against RNG, right? Yeah. RNG, you don't know exactly what the other teams have in their mind unless you have got a full view of that mini-map throughout the whole duration of the game and you've already gone and researched every single mini-map for every single match, which is data that is not even available to us casters, right? So that's going to be impossible. So you really have to play it safe. You run out in the open, you are going to get toasted. And that's something that Expand does not do. But speaking of, once again, the improvement from week 1 into now week 3, in just a single game, they have outdone their performance in week 1. This is the kind of team that can represent Malaysia later on the world stage properly because they are focusing on the right things here, not just on mindless gameplay as well as perfecting their shooting skills, which technically everybody does in the game.
It's Free Fire. You kind of need to be able to aim and actually hit people, right?
The game helps you, but because the game helps you with the aim, all the more reason to focus on strategy, I
don't think it's that much auto aim. You still kind of need to manually aim at times, but it's okay. We'll let the players do most of the aiming, okay? We're the ones watching the game. We've got all the information to work with. So let's start with this information, right? We're just going to take a look at the overall stats. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. I think this is more or less very normal, but we are going to jump into the MVP soon. Do we have any nominees for MVPs this round? Because I feel like this round we didn't have one person doing all the work. It was very even across the board.
I'm going to disagree. I think Roy, I mean, with the 7 kills
Think
here,
so?
I think that, I mean, they won, they got 7 kills. I mean, yeah, he might have kill sniped all of them, but kills stole them. But at the end of the day, I think that they're going to be on. I think kills are a big indicator of the MVP.
Yeah, I think Too Bad or Too Fast actually had quite a opportunity to pick up the MVP title for himself. But you got to love this boy. You got to absolutely love him because he does something that a lot of the other players do not do, which is trigger discipline when you have that grenade launcher in hand. Everybody looks for kills early in the game, midsection of the game with that grenade launcher, and very few of them save the grenade launcher up for that final circle. And this is once again where the team of Expand just focuses on strategy rather than just picking up blind points out there on the battlefield. X-Roy, I mean, no doubt this guy is one of the most lethal players out there on the battlefield, especially when it comes to those long angles and the long range capability in terms of engagement. He gets so many of those skills with such good accuracy because he's very patient with his shots. And when you combine X-Roy with Axel, long range, close range, you're dead because you've got Cobra and Too Fast to handle the combat close range. You've got Axel and X-Roy to handle the combat long range. You've got a perfect team set up here in Expand.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's also something that you have to consider when you're looking at these teams. Like, do you have the appropriate setup for your players? Do you have your rushers that can create openings for your snipers? Do you have your snipers that can appropriately back up your rushers so that they don't just get insta one-shot by a shotgun? So Expand, the team is very coordinated. They understand their roles. They're able to perform. And of course, we see in this game, 29 points. Absolutely deserved. They were phenomenal this round. Now, speaking of the rest of the teams, I think Blacklist did reasonably well. They sort of fumbled the ball a little bit. I think that's probably my best way to describe it against Farang. I think things could have gone a little bit better if they didn't have that little kerfuffle down there, but sometimes you're in the heat of the moment, things don't go your way, and panic starts to set in. But it's fine. Blacklist still gets second place. Anxiety is going to take home third. They didn't get as many kills, so unfortunately they aren't able to claim that second spot overall. And Panda EWG, I'd say this team, super quiet, but they actually performed this round, actually getting 4th place. I mean, what kind of happened here with Pando?
I think they just got caught out in the end. I mean, they were doing some nice pickoffs. I mean, they did still get 6 kills. Let's not disregard that, right? I think getting at least 6 to 8 kills, I think, is about average, and so that's going to be really helpful for them. They need to continue that. They had some pretty good momentum going into today. They're the 7th place team, and they're now the 5th place team. Yes, they have a little bit more games, but they're in top 5 right now.
Top 5, and they're also in a race against Axis and Geek Fam. But these teams are so close to each other. 7-point difference between Axis and Pando. So anyone can take 5th, 6th, and 7th. So these guys are probably aiming to race against each other. Maybe Pando trying to chase Blacklist. But that might be a bit of a fever dream if they can't pick up any big points or if Blacklist continue on this upwards trajectory. But overall, this is our weekly standings after one round. To be completely honest, one round of points for a lot of these groups, it's not going to do too much. It's probably after 2, maybe even 4 games where we're going to be seeing any major differences. So no shuffles anywhere. Radicals, I mean, they're not going to move. Same thing with Expand. Farang, not so much as well. Maybe only having to worry about Blacklist, but it's still really too early to say, gentlemen, because we still have one more game for groups A and B. We're going to be jumping into Alpine, and I think this is the true test of time here to see whether this problem, if we want to call it that for AV Radicals, this week is actually a problem, or if it's just a case of their competition's getting better, or if Radicals are just strong on Alpine. We really don't know, right? Like, we don't have this information. We can't directly ask them like, hey, you guys didn't do that great during this round. What happened? We don't get that luxury, unfortunately. But speaking of luxuries, we do have the luxury of providing the giveaway code for today. So on the screen right now, this is the giveaway code for the 2 Extreme Adventure Weapon Loot Crates. Make sure you claim this before the end of the stream because the code will expire after that. So make sure you claim it. And of course, if you want to share it with your friends, family, your squad mates, anyone that you know that plays Free Fire, because this code is free for all. Anyone can claim it. Thank you so much to Garina for giving us this code and being able to share it with all of you, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have the MCPS Majors, and we also wouldn't have these codes to give away, because we have a new code new code every single stream. We have 2 more streams happening next week, so make sure you come to those. But let's speak about this stream. Alpine, gentlemen, what are we sort of looking at here?
I'm hoping for a different state of play, right? I think Alpine is it's a different map. We're going to see it 4 times today. I'm expecting, like, in previous seasons, we haven't seen too much Alpine, right?
Yeah.
So
It's
throwing
pretty
that into the
new,
map pool now, it changes things up, and it's a nice mix. Because again, we talked about, some teams being good on certain maps. Alpine is a completely different beast.
Absolutely. We've got 45 seconds before we jump into this game, so I'm going to let Hawla and AJ take it away from here. The big question: are AV Radicals on a downward spiral? Let's find out as we throw it over to the game. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we hop on into Alpine, a little bit of statistics for you guys. AV Radicals is the most dominant team out there on Alpine so far, with 123 points picked up from all of their games. And the second one behind them is Farang with 77 points. Third team is not going to be playing in this matchup because they are from Group C, but we will see them in participation for match number 4 at Alpine. That is the Supreme Assault Forces, and Expand sits down in the 4th spot with an overall 45 points picked up. But from the matchups that they've taken yesterday, from that berserk code-breaking as well as record-breaking run that they took, and today starting things hot, I feel like Expand might just be able to impress us at this Alpine matchup as well, Holla.
Yeah, until somebody stops them, I will continue to ride this train, right? This bandwagon is very slow. We can get on and off whenever we want. So it's one of those moments where I think that X-Men are in prime position. Again, they've just done quite well. AV, on the other hand, look at these guys. Tanamo already caught out already, running into a gym full of Geek Fam members.
Let's see if or not Geek Fam can snuff out AV Radicals, because this is what we're talking about. Eventually, someone's going to come and compete for all of the high-tier loot, and AV Radicals is going to have a problem when someone decides to step their gameplay up. And this is going to be a 50-50 engagement for AV Radicals. So the question is, does AV stay or does AV go? Because if they stay and they allow Geek Fam to snuff them out early, then the run, that Alpine dominance, immediately gets shut down. Expand starts things off hot as well against Icon. This is a good hot drop against them. Man, the only survivor, tries to get away, but there is one guy in the flanking position already from the side of Expand. I'm not so sure exactly who that is out there on the battlefield, unless the camera pans a little bit towards the left, but no, still don't see him. X-Roy could just be the one. And look at this. This is such a smart play by X-Roy. He runs towards the revival platform. He knows that's exactly where Man wants to go.
Yeah, that's the smart one, especially since he's all by himself. But Icon had a disastrous day with only scoring 13 points yesterday, and they're looking to do almost repeat performance, which is really unfortunate because I had high hopes for Icon. They're in 14th place. They're on the outside looking in. Very difficult situation. Blacklist International, they're in a much better situation. Farang right now, Gem Ball gets knocked out there, and Blacklist International have just been aggressive all day today. Very strong team that is not afraid of taking any sort of fights today.
Blacklist International, good recovery. They bring back their brother. But Farang, after bombing out pretty much early in the previous matchup, will want to jump right back up. Farang's one of the dominant teams when it comes to finding it out at Alpine. But the problem here for both the two dominant teams, Farang and AV Radicals, they get hot dropped by two mega teams, Farang as well as Geek Fam. And Geek Fam's been on the rise, man. I mean, if this had happened in week 1, I would have told you, yep, guaranteed Geek Fam's going to get the floor wiped with their faces. But now this is a different type of Geek Fam altogether that we are seeing out there. After yesterday, their true wake-up, they've managed to rise up to that 5th spot already. 40 points, a lot behind Blacklist International Ultimate, who are in that 4th spot. But they are trying their very best to catch up. And I feel like they will be able to do that by the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And again, a team that's been on the rise. It's a completely different team in the second half. Geek Fam have really wanted to be more aggressive, take more fights, try to get as many kills as possible. Yes, there's a little bit more risk involved, but it's a situation where Geek Fam, this is the Geek Fam that we know. They know that they can take the aggressive fights that they want, and they usually come out on top. Now, have they been as lucky in this league? Not as much, but I'm hoping to see more of the Geek Fam of old.
See if another Geek Fam of old makes a good comeback. But obviously, those players have been on a break for like a long time, and you kind of lose a little bit of your dominant plays, some of your skills as well, when you don't keep your battles up, you know. And yes, you can jump into scrims, yes, you can jump into open lobbies, but it's just not the same in terms of keeping your skills sharp, taking on the best of the best in the MSPS. Kanoho, good engagement, Ritu shut down, and AV Radicals having a tough time with this time Anxiety kind of catching them a little bit off guard. And AV Radicals rotate straight into the hands of No Escape Revolt, and things might just go from bad to worse here for this team, but not before Wine buys his players right back. Tanamo's back in action. Ritus, does he have enough coins? No, needs to earn up a little bit more.
Okay, AV, one thing I've noticed, at least, you know, today, is that they've been very spread out. It seems like they're not on the same page, or they're not playing well as a team. It's just like, hey, maybe we coast, maybe we kind of solo and try to take as many kills as we can, like Commando style. It's not the team that we've seen in the past where AV Radicals was getting record-breaking 100-point days or whatever. So things are very different in that sense. They have nothing really to worry about. Yes, they have a 69-point lead over Expand at the start of today. Expand is definitely, you know, cut into that lead. Yeah. But it's one of those situations where I feel like they're not too worried about it. It's one of those things where let's just get to the grand finals and play for the real money.
AV Radicals, as Wine tries to get away, this is going to be a sticky situation. He's got to hope and pray that Anxiety finds the angles against No Escape Revolt instead of against them. Because if they do, then snuffing out Wine might just be the downfall of AV Radicals in this matchup. And as luck just has it, the players of No Escape Revolt will find those angles to engage with Anxiety. They're just waiting for the right moment here, as Anxiety is just moving from one small defensive compound into the other. And they just don't have one clear shot just yet. I like the trigger discipline from No Escape Revolt. The question is, how long are you going to wait? You know, you really need to pick up those points. But, you know, I guess they're taking some of the previous advices where I gave out, where you just have to play the game of survival, get into the final circle, and then make noise. So fair enough. No Escape Revolt. I accept your patience.
Yes, I mean, I think they dropped 3 in this match. So I think that they're like, hey, we don't really want to take a fight 3 versus 4. We're going to look to just kind of third party, maybe steal a couple kills here and there and just kind of survive, because they really need the points. And I think that's going to help them, and they just need to play patiently.
Patiently indeed. Slurpee. Ooh! No more patience, and that's exactly what Trigger Discipline gives you. A good slay. Tanamo finds Decos on the other hand. I'm missing out some of these interesting engagements out there on the battlefield. I don't want to see Kaloi's face for now. Anxiety running after the players of AV Radicals. AV Radicals gets away. If they take a left turn, straight into the hands of NC. But this is a very smart move. They take a very sharp right to the hands of Orange Esports instead. AV Radicals is unlucky no matter where they go.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. AV Radicals, I mean, yes, they have the full squad, so, I mean, they have a chance. Is one of those situations where now they need to stick together. And this is what we want to see. AV Radicals just kind of dominating and just overwhelming teams. Ooh. And as I say that, Tanamo getting some shot right there.
Orange Esports now making good use of outside perimeter of the circle. I don't know if that's a great idea. He's getting tagged up, drops a little bit of his HP, recovers, but Ramiel has got the angle from the back. RossoX, oh, I see. Okay, RossoX is just playing pure distraction gameplay here as he runs outside of the circle towards the right-hand side, whereas the remaining players of Orange Esports are on the left, rotating in. This is one of the more brilliant moves from Orange Esports. RossoX, great knock, but a little too low in HP. Should have recovered first before taking that snipe. Although it was sweet, it's absolutely useless because Ramiel just goes in, picks Wine right back up, and RossoX still loses his life. And that's one of those moments where you just have to prioritize defense versus offense.
Yeah, but that was a sick shot. But going into this one, Blacklist International, they're going to go a little ham right here. And Zenop is on the run, trying to flank outside of this rock here. And they're going to get him on the high ground. Too bad. Farang eliminated 12. Absolutely massive.
Ay. What happened to the Alpine dominance, Farang? They are dropping the ball. And, you know, once again, it's mainly because of the hot drop that Blacklist took against them a little bit earlier on. And they just didn't want to let their prey kind of run away too far. Constantly trailing them, finally catching up and dropping them to the ground. Back to the lobby they go. Bloody Heads, on the other hand, pure survival gameplay. Have got a vehicle to work around with, and as they rotate around, we will catch up with them a little bit later on. Close to the 10-minute mark already. 11 teams still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. This is going to be a party as we reach that third circle a little bit later.
Yeah, it's been more of a passive game. People are trying to look for the late game. It's one of those situations where, I mean, this happens in Alpine, right? Where teams slowed down. The fights really haven't been there. Everybody's been able to survive. Like AV was down to 1 member. Now they're back to full. So at the end of the day, it's just more kills to see. But nice little ghillie suit / bush. Decos is just kind of sneaking around. But Orange Esports, they've been mostly the prey. They have not been able to be the predator in that sense. They haven't been able to find anybody that they really need to pick off. A little unfortunate for them.
Eastern Wolves gang need to run as quickly as possible because here comes Orange Esports. I believe they just bought back Jay-Z, who's flying on in, but drop in the wrong spot, and it's a GG. Thankfully, Tua has got his eyes on the 2 players of Orange Esports, and he is the one that is the sacrificial lamb on the side of EWG. He stays back to hold the back lines, allowing the rest of his team members to get away from this compound. But look at this, EWG, they're waiting by. They do not want to leave their brother behind. They want to back him up, which means Orange Esports going to be in a lot of trouble. Jay-Z just got back. Show him some mercy, bloody head. Snuffs the guy out. He only had a pistol on him, and now EWG rotating around away from that buy point. Orange Esports chasing EWG down. I think Orange is asking for a lot of trouble here. Bad nade by too fast. That's a rare occasion. But the players of Geek Fam, it looks like they are all going to be toast as they get shut down one after the other. Expands all of their furiousness on the players of Geek Fam, kicking them back out of the lobby. 8 kills already. Expand is looking to dominate Alpine.
Oh my gosh, Expand with those grenades on the top. Too fast, threw up a couple good ones. Knocked out 2 members of Geek Fam, started it really strong. But going into this one, Anxiety Fur, he's all by himself. He's looking to get the pick off, Kanaho, but the glue wall is starting to chip. There's some cracks in that one. Fur is hiding behind that, trying to stay alive. He's going to be on the run. Ramiel was trying to draw a bead and not able to find the right direct sight onto Fur here, who's going to kind of sneak around. He should be okay. He's going to be spotted out here. Ramiel, Wine on the run, trying to catch out the last member of Anxiety here.
I really like exactly what AV Radicals is doing. Anxiety, although they have got one last player here, AV Radicals is playing this patient, keeping a close line, and a double challenge. Wine pushes in first, and as usual, takes that flying shot. This guy, through Angel of Death. And they rotate back out towards the edge of the circle, which I think is a terrible idea, but I think this is mainly because they spotted a player out there already in front of them, and they don't want to run into their opponents prematurely with the circle right behind them. Therefore, they tank the zone without dealing with those players, which is quite a smart idea.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm kind of worried about just getting inside, right? It's the third circle. It does like medium damage. It doesn't do the most. You can survive. Obviously, if you just kind of get your health regenning at the same time, you should be okay. But it's one of those situations where now you're looking to go outside, right? It's not exposing yourself where it's going to be very open and you don't have to worry about the gatekeeping people. So I think it's overall smart, but Wine, this guy, absolute monster. He's got 3 kills already. This is an 18-year-old phenom. The guy is just on another level right now, and there's a reason why AV Radicals are doing so well. But Blacklist International, this is a team that's been getting a ton of kills, not afraid of fights. I love the way Blacklist International is playing today.
Orange Esports, a little bit far away from all of this action. Expand. Kill leaders of this lobby. AV Radicals brings their players right back in. Ashura, Blacklist International, looking to snuff out Expand. But look at the strategy of Expand. Taking control of the center of the next circle. Don't really have to do much moving in the final 50 seconds where everybody else will be scrambling. Expand will just be able to gatekeep them from a comfortable compound that they've taken the initiative to travel to, whereas everybody else just a little bit too slow.
Oh, that grenade knocks down Wine. That's going to start things off. He was very low from tanking the circle, and it looks like Blacklist International have now taken the kill lead, which is quite good for them. Ramiel is all by himself, stuck in a corner. Orange Esports are trying to find him, and I think that they're going to go all the way around to do the long-range flank. But Ramiel keeping himself alive, the glue wall, the time turner, doing what he can, but he's not actually leaving that situation.
Let's see if he can wrap this up quickly. because the circle's going to drop in 5 seconds. AV Radicals on the left, and as I say it, a pot shot by Ramiel with the AWM puts down a player on the side of Orange, and AV Radicals wants to take the initiative to start moving on first. This circle is going to hurt, and return fire from Orange Esports, putting down a player from the side of AV. Thankfully, there is a launch pad. Ramiel goes flying in. Thanamo, it was Blacklist that took him out, and now Blacklist shutting down the players of Orange Esports as well. They want to play gatekeepers, and what a guard to put at the gate, because Orange Esports, it doesn't look like they've got a strong chance of making it to the next circle as the players of Bloody Head take those shots against them as well. But Expand, they backstab the players of Bloody Head. This is a very aggressive move by Expand that I did not anticipate, and they're spreading out a little bit too thin. This is very bad for Expand. If this continues, they might not get this booyah.
Yeah, they might not, but they still have a decent number of kills, so they're going to get a ton of points going into this one. But Bloody Head, speaking of which, they're up against, they're sandwiched between X-Man and Black. Oh, gosh, what a nice shot by X-Roy right there. Continuing on, just making sure that X-Roy just finds somebody. He sees your head, pop, and he's getting another kill. He's got 4 already. He's going to make that one 5, and it looks like he's just racking them up on icons, hiding behind that rock.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. But, you know, too fast, boy, come back. A little too far away, and now dealing with all 3 players at the same time. He does have all of those grenades, but Too Fast expands his life prematurely. And now Axel down on the ground. The final one available is Roy. Can Roy pick Axel up? He does exactly that. And I am not liking that strategy pulled off by Expand. They should have just stayed put. They should have just held on to that circle. They would have gotten an easy booyah in this game. Too Fast had so many of those grenades. And what I love about Expand just got thrown out of the window. Now they've got 2 players capable of long-range engagements. But CQC, they might not be able to hold their ground. That's going to be a problem. Blacklist from afar shuts down all the players of Icon. 19 kills so far. It's one of the teams that I thought was going to be able to rise up to the top today. With 19 kills, they sure as hell look like they are going to be able to fly high. Whiteface backs away as he cannot save his brother. Put down onto the ground. Miro from the side of Asta, they don't survive. And now X-Roy with those grenades alone cannot tag anyone else just yet. And Bloody Head sneaking right under them. But Miro from afar shuts them down. This should now be a Blacklist game because they have that CQC combat capability.
I mean, they have the numbers. It's going to be 4 versus 2. Blacklist International in a prime position to take this one out. It's going to be the final 2 right now.
X-Roy backs away, but no way you're going to be able to do that, man. They desperately needed Cobra. They desperately needed Too Fast. I do not know why they threw that match away, but Expand had the golden opportunity, but they served it up on a silver platter to Blacklist International, who lapped up that opportunity with great might. Blacklist International, what a booyah!
What a booyah indeed.
23 kills. 23.
Oh my gosh. 23? I lost track.
Is that... What's the record so far, AJ? Is it 27?
Yeah, 27, yes.
Okay, so they're up there, but not quite there yet. But this is still phenomenal for Blacklist. This is a team that has been very quiet during the beginning of the season. I think we're all a little bit concerned, but they've really just stepped up week after week. And to see them like this, 23 kills, crushing on Alpine, I am shocked.
I mean, I love Mr. D, but, you know, it's just one of the points that I brought up initially on week number 1 where we saw them in performance. And my only feedback was, I love Blacklist International, but they got to take those all fingers out because Mr. D functions so much better in the role of team captain or coach. But from the third-person perspective, you know, you leave the shooting, you leave the playing to all of these young guns. And Fires has been a phenomenal player on the side of Blacklist International. And he's just been on fire all throughout. From week 2 into week 3 now, these guys are just doing so much out there on the battlefield. And if this was the setup from the very get-go, I have got no doubts whatsoever. We would actually see Blacklist International in the place of Expand right now on that second spot, chasing after AV Radicals. But of course, it's not too late. Here you have Blacklist International rising up either way.
Yeah, you got Blacklist rising, and even Expand got to benefit from this round as well, right? They took home 13 kills. They get second place. I think collectively between these 2 teams, how many kills are we looking at? It's like 36 between 2 teams.
Yeah.
Where are the rest of these kills going? Who can even grab these kills?
No one is taking the kills. I mean, I think it's one of those things where, I mean, okay, to AJ's point, X-Pan did make a mistake. I think it comes down to the coaching or the captain making the call on that one of just being a little over-aggressive at that point. I think they were feeling it. It was one of those moments where spur-of-the-moment things that happened, but then you look at what Geek Fam did. Just the fact that, I mean, sorry, not Blacklist International, what they did, very disciplined. Realizing that they had the high ground, understanding where they needed to be, and they were just regrouped. Perfect position for them. Very smart play by them.
I don't know why X-Pan did what they did, but, you know, maybe they got a little overexcited with the number of kills that they had, but it just doesn't seem like, you know, too fast regular gameplay. This guy is usually backing the team up. He's always on the back lines, and he's always making sure that the team is safe and comfortable. If at all doo-doo hits the fan, he just pops out the grenade launcher once again and annihilates all of his opponents and brings his members right back into the fray. But this time round, over-aggressive play. I forgot which team he was taking on. NC, I believe. And to lose your life in the hands of NC, that's a little embarrassing, X-Pan. You know, that should have not happened, even though it was a 1v3, even though NC does not really have the combat ability against a team like X-Pan. But the game of numbers obviously going to catch up, right? Even if you do have the grenade launcher, sometimes you do go down. But in this particular circumstance, he wasn't even using his grenade launcher. He was literally tossing out grenades, and there was no need for that at all. The perfect setup that we usually talk about, X-Pan, having that 2 players for those long-range attacks and having 2 players for those CQCs were the perfect one. Now, you've lost Cobra prematurely. You can't lose too fast as well. So, and like I said, Blacklist, they were just handed this perfect opportunity and they took it away. If at all Too Fast was still alive, Blacklist would have been toast.
Do you think this maybe comes down to the team just being uncomfortable in Alpine as well? Because I think we have to also consider the comfort. Because your comfort also determines your mindset and how you approach the game. So I don't want to say that
they just made a mistake. I think they won't be making that mistake anymore because that one cost them a lot.
Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to redo with this grouping because they've also finished up for this group. So they're going to have to wait for their next matches to be able to rectify their errors, per se. But let's take a look at our stats for this upcoming round. I suspect we're going to be getting some pretty big numbers on this as well. Overall stats, not the big deal. We're going to talk about the MVP. Who do we feel like was the superstar for this round?
We have to go with Faiz, right? 8 kills. I mean, he's the most damaging dealer on, Blacklist International, actually in the entire league, excuse me. So this is a guy that's been able to get all of that. It's just a matter of getting the kills. He finally got it. I think we're going to see him as MVP.
What do you think, AJ? Is there anyone on the tip of your tongue that you're just like, this guy has to be MVP?
There is Black Faiz written right there above the highest kills. So therefore, I will say Faiz as well. Faiz definitely gets the MVP. 8 kills, 4,039 damage, and 42% accuracy. Faiz, it was insane in this matchup.
Almost 50-50, every bullet.
Yeah, I mean, you very rarely see Faiz picking up such an accuracy because you don't see him play those snipes a lot. But this time around, I think it was the charge buster that he held on in his hands, which makes a lot of sense. And, as long as you can get your timing right, you're not really going to be spraying wildly and missing a lot of those shots. 1 or 2 shots might have missed. But to have this sort of an accuracy on the charge buster and Faiz's skill, this guy is a CQC combat specialist, which is why, once again, they needed Cobra or at least the survival of Too Fast. X-Pan could have survived this fight, and they just kind of seemed very, very nerved towards those final moments because they could not step up in terms of their gameplay at those very final moments. But 23 kills secured by Blacklist International this time around.
35 points.
Yeah, they outdo the 29 points that was picked up by X-Pan in the previous one. But thankfully, X-Pan just picks up the second place, so they don't really falter. They don't really fall back too much.
Yeah, they close the gap a little bit. So it's not like a major climb, unfortunately. But Blacklist going to be pretty happy with their performance here. I mean, this team is just looking better and better. And I'm really interested to see what happens for Blacklist next. Because they seem to be breaking their own records, their own personal records in terms of kills, placements, total points. I mean, I don't know how this team can get any better unless we might be jinxing them and they'll end up being the next AB Radicals, which, speaking of, current standings, Blacklist 35 points, first place expected. Expand second place, yes, they got 13 kills for that round, so that's going to be 22. That's not too bad. And then we take a look at where the rest of the kills of the round went to, which only 4 of them went to Bloody Head and AV Radicals apiece. Anxiety also included, but that team got knocked out very early. AV Radicals, I think we all had expectations. We thought this is probably their time to come back and shine. Apparently, it wasn't this game, folks.
Can we talk about how good Group A is? Just the fact that they've completely, destroyed Group B. AV Radicals, yes, they got the 4th place with 8 points, but Farang, look at this, 1 point, right? I mean, yeah, they showed up, they got a single kill, but that was pretty much it. And I mean, they've kind of been showed up all day, all weekend, excuse me. And this shakeup has just been great for Group A teams.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm wondering if Garina did this intentionally, but I just can't think of a situation where these groupings, I never would have suspected AV Radicals and Farang to just really struggle this week. I thought these 2 teams were going to be feasting in their group, but apparently that's just not the case. Very quickly, we'll just have a quick scan of the overall standings here. 430 points for AV Radicals. To be honest, not too great performance with this team. They've been getting points, but not enough to meet our expectations that they sort of made the past couple of weeks. Expand, though, doing fantastic closing this gap. They're almost at 400 points. So they are 31 points away from potentially dethroning AV Radicals. And weeks ago, this would have been a completely unheard of concept. How the tables have turned.
I mean, that was something that we were surely expecting. I mean,
At some point, yes.
Yeah, the dominance was pretty early and premature for the side of AV Radicals. They ramped up high. They kind of heated up extremely quickly, like a instant water heater. But Expand, I guess, they are the tank water heater at home, It takes a little longer to heat up, but it saves your electricity.
Saves your electricity. I don't know if you want to be saving electricity in Free Fire. I don't really think it benefits the game. But it's just so interesting to see the journeys that all these teams and players have been going through. The
Yes.
players that have their ups, the teams that are having their downs.
Yep.
And it's a case of, are they going to continue on these paths going into next week? Now, of course, we aren't going to speak about next week yet because we're only just starting today. We have concluded groups A versus B, though, so that means we're going to jump into B versus C. And this is going to be the last chance for teams in Group B to pick up points. And if they don't get it here, I'm actually worried about some of these teams going into next week.
Yeah, we need to be worried more about the teams at the bottom. I think AV Radicals and Farang, they are where they are. I think that's fine. But, the teams like Anxiety, Orange Esports, NC, right? There's 2 more play days after today. What are you going to do? So you have to show up. You do not want to have miracles happen on the other 2 days. So now is the time. You got to get some points. You got to get kills.
Here's the thing. It could be Orange Esports to be the one to pull off the miracles because we have seen it in the past. It's wishful thinking, but the chances there. I mean, I think AJ is not agreeing with me here, but Orange Esports.
I agree. There are chances. Like, they just need 3 solid booyahs. Like, I'm talking about 3 super solid booyahs. And they're right back in it. I mean, we've got so many matches to go. Don't tell me Orange cannot secure 3 solid booyahs. It's very possible.
Bro, I love how you're just like, it's only 3 solid booyahs, where that's something that is already very difficult for the teams down there. But regardless, we'll give them a chance. The benefit of the doubt, it's totally okay. But yeah, Expand, Blacklist, first 2 teams to get the booyahs for today. My cat was being incredibly loud. Very sorry about that. But my cat's having fun as well. But we are going to start getting ready for our next matchup. So it's B versus C. We are going to let the teams in Group A have a bit of a break. Get ready for, I want to say, tonight's dessert. A versus C. I'm going to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing them, but it's okay. B versus C is going to be just as good. We've got a lot of things to catch up with for B, whereas for C, I wonder how B's going to do against C today because so far it's been a struggle bus since yesterday.
It has. SAF as well as Axis. These are the 2 teams that I've got my eyes on, and I hope to see them kind of rise up to the occasion. Because yesterday, a lot of expectations on Axis Esports, and they kind of didn't really show up. Yeah, and I want more from them this time around.
Yeah. Before we go to this break, caller, anything you kind of want to see in these next rounds?
And just Sem9 Todak. They got to step up. Now's the time. There's
Yes.
no other time but now. So you got to go.
I totally agree with that statement. All right, folks, we are going to go for a 5-minute break. So as always, do whatever you need to do now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes to catch the next groupings. It's going to be B versus C on Alpine and Purgatory. As for us, we'll go for a break too. See you later.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players,
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
So guys, what's up? Zizan Raza in the house.
Hey guys, I'm Ismail Zani. Macam biasa, it's your boy here.
Hi, saya Bunga.
Hi guys, we are Dollar.
So look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean, how big the scale is. Like, you have to show the.
Oh my god, that is so small.
That is how big it is.
Bukan satu, bukan dua, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade lah, macam-macam lah.
Biasalah untuk dia. Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car, amazing set, amazing people around us as well.
And bagi saya, it's very challenging lah because this shoot actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Bunga seorang je dekat set ni, tak ada Dola, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So Bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah Bunga.
You really have to use your imaginations of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
And we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Saya pun tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila.
So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well. So stay tuned.
Zizan hari ni saya ingin mengucapkan Booyah!
year before.
As players
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join Bible Fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. It is week 3, day 2, and we are here for our next grouping. So just finished up A versus B, and now it's going to be B versus C, and it's also B's last chance to grab points for this week before they are done and dusted, and we'll have to get ready for next week's matches, which you didn't know, next week's the last week of the league stage, so you're kind of running out of time to pick up those points. So we'll have to see if B's going to be able
orange.
to... Orange is different. I don't know what happens. Like someone just comes out with a bag of fertilizer. All right, boys, I'm finally here. Don't know how this works, but who knows? I've got expectations, definitely. I think at least I want to see some teams from Group B be able to perform for these final 2 games. But gentlemen, if we had to name a couple teams, who has to pick up these points now? Who needs to pick them up?
Are we talking
to?
Yeah,
Group
which
B.
group?
B.
B? AJ, you want to go first?
You can go first, brother.
All right.
No problem.
If it has to be with B, I think we're looking at Pondo EWG. Anxiety, those are the 2 that I'm looking at, just because they have to make a move right now, secure themselves a spot in the top 12. Right now, EWG, we've seen flashes of it. They've been good, but are they good enough to be like top 5 at this stage? I don't know if they're at that level yet.
Yeah. Group C, on the other hand, you only have ORV kind of struggling overall.
Yeah.
You know, they haven't really gotten into the top 12 just yet, but the rest of the Group C seems pretty comfortable sitting down in there. But hard to get Sem 9 Toda. These 3 teams do not belong at the bottom of that top 12. So, you know, I want to say that they have to work their way up, but we've got too many titans in MCPS. So it's going to be a tough fight. But as long as they maintain where they stand right now with, I guess, average performance across the board, they should be fine. Because towards the final week, like you pointed out, Danny, you're going to have some of the teams at the bottom, especially Orange, waking up. And you got to make do with all of your performance this week to make sure you're not one of the unlucky ones that Orange replaces in the top 12.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see who bucks up, who doesn't buck up, I guess. There's always going to be one team that maybe bombs out. It's very unfortunate, but I'm expecting some crazy business. I'm completely honest here. I think we're going to see some crazy shenanigans, maybe just a surprise random hot drop, right? They say, YOLO, we've got, if there's a time to do it, it's a time to do it now. And we're going to be doing it on Purgatory. We're going to jump right into this matchup. It's B versus C, game 1 for this grouping. AJ and Hauler, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. We're going to be into this one. This is going to be the 3rd match. This is B versus C. This is the first time we're seeing C today, and I hope that they've warmed up. They've gotten, they've stretched out. They've talked to their team. They know what's going on because they need some points. Group C going into this one up against some heavyweights of AV Radicals / Farang, who haven't done all that well, but we're going to have to see them really step up.
For all of those who are old enough to drink their coffee, I hope they had their cuppa, because this keeps you a little bit more awake, especially if you are ORV X-Men and you have been dozing off in a couple of these matches out there on the battlefield. It's high time you step your gameplay up. We did see a little bit of showing from Orange Esports. I guess you could call it a little bit of showing in that game number 1 where they picked up 11 points, mostly out of placements. And I just want to see them step it up in terms of firepower, right? Because Orange Esports, they only have 2 more rounds in here, Holler. And if they waste these 2 rounds, then the hustle for next week, it's going to be monumental. And I don't know if leaving it to that last week can always be the right idea here, even if they are a good team.
Yeah, whenever I see teams do that, right, where they have to put pressure on themselves to do, like, perform in the last 2 days, usually more times than not, they don't make it, right? So this is the time where they need to really buckle down. They need to ensure that they get points. Whatever it is that you need to do, survive, survive, survive. That's going to be the theme for today.
Let's see who plays the game of survival well. At the end of the day, it's a battle royale. You need to survive until that final circle. Yes, if you're supreme out there on the battlefield with your skills, you can pick up kills on the way as well. But I'm just a guy who prefers the game of survival. NC, hot drop against Orange Esports. Orange trying to survive, turns around. Jabat, beautiful shot with the AC-80. I don't even know how he found Yazid. But Jabat, with that backstab, will be able to quickly loot him up as well and move on with his business. And the rest of the players of SAF, they hot drop this zone as well. And therefore, NC is just a little bit of a burnt toast now as they lose yet another player. There's nowhere else for them to run.
Yeah, it was a little awkward situation. Orange Esports were blessed with the free member of NC, and at the same time, SAF was as well. But it's one of those situations where NC, you kind of feel bad for them. They're on the bottom, all the way at the bottom, excuse me, in the placings thus far. They've struggled to find any sort of points, and being cut down to half at this stage, very difficult for them. They've got a mountain to climb, so to speak.
Let's Go has got the perfect gun set up with him, the AC-80 and the P90. Close range, long range. He's going to be able to dominate, and as I say that, he takes a pot shot, drops Jabat from that long range. McRory trying to snuff out one player, but he doesn't know that there are 2 NCs. Asta makes a mistake. McRory says hasta la vista. SAF with the 3rd kill so far. I did see a player of ORV kind of running up that hill earlier on. It was shots. Thank goodness he's recovered already. So ORV still going to play the game of survival for the time being, whereas SAF now moves on in to engage with the players of Orange Esports. Tom has the LMG, just enough of firepower and mag size to break down glue wall after glue wall. This is where Let's Go needs to be really careful and whip out that AC-80 so he can punish that guy with the LMG.
But they do have numbers. It's 4 versus 2. Orange Esports down to their last 2 members, and nice. SAF do know that they're nearby. They get the knock there. That's going to be a great start for this one. SAF looking to start things very strong. Rosso, on the other hand, trying to draw a bead, not able to hit his shots on a Hawkeye. He's going to prime up the grenade here, but Hawkeye hiding behind that tree. What's he going to do? He does get knocked, and Rosso makes him pay for hiding behind that single tree.
Yeah, awesome gun, P90, but couldn't even use it. Russell X, fantastic time turner to play the game of survival. But the game of numbers now catches up. Let's Go gets the slay, and Hawkeye gets picked right back up. I would have much preferred if he had just secured the kill onto Hawkeye instead of just running away, because obviously time was running out for him and he was going to get flushed out by 3 players. So bad move there from Orange Esports. I'm not sure why they made the decision, but you gotta make those timely decisions when it comes to that moment, man. You've already gotten into a single spot. You've got that perfect knock through that grenade, but instead of taking that one only point you can get in the game, you decide to play the game of survival, which is close to impossible. So I'm surprised that Orange made the mistake.
I think you're talking about in the pregame. You're like, yeah, Orange Esports, they're just going to, just tear it up in the last weekend. There's going to be all this pressure on them in the final 2 days to perform. And they're like, yeah, we like that option. We're going to go with that one. We're just going to just sacrifice ourselves now.
Orange. But the timing here is right, the Riptide Rhythm, but Aries wastes 4 of those glue walls. I think this guy has got like a depository of glue walls in here, but the game of numbers catches up. After all those glue walls expanded, he still gets taken down. Sem9 flushes him out with the perfect flank from the right-hand side, and now they clear this compound. Hard to get towards the left. Right above them, there's yet another team with that high ground advantage against them, so Sem9 just needs to be careful on the approach after this, Holler.
Yeah, and hard to get. They're just going to move into the danger zone. They're going to just kind of use cover to their advantage. They should be fine. No real issues there. They are by themselves. There's a lot to loot here. So this is a decent spot for that. But they do need to be careful of how they proceed after this. It's still very, very early. You need as much utility as possible. You just got the resin. I think that was Ari's that just got, got respawned back into this one. So it's a situation where they need to get him some med kits, glue walls, and, maybe one or two more guns.
Let's see if that is something that they will be able to pick up, Neptune. Outside, Anxiety can take advantage, but they are on the lower ground on the opposite side of the hill, which is pretty much a lucky point for Axis Esports. Therefore, they have an opportunity to step things up. This is them just rotating around, and you need those vehicles when you drop into Purgatory, man. I mean, this is so essential for you to have those vehicles to travel and to cover so much of open ground out here in Purgatory. But the vehicles come with a cost as well. If you just get shut down by 2 or 3 players with good assault rifles and proper mag sizes, that's a GG. But Wine, long range combat capability with the AC-80 turned into a easy kill point. Although SAF are the kill leaders, they are now on the verge of getting flushed out by first the players of AB Radicals, and right behind them, Anxiety as well. SAF cornered, Hawkeye down on the ground. One more shot. Ritu's will finish off that player, and I believe Yado, he puts down the trip mine. No, doesn't place it just yet. Yado backs away. Blue wall, Time Turner responds by Wine. Time Turner pulled out by Yado as well. Circles around, plays the game of hide and seek, but it's just a matter of time before Wine catches him. Yado down. But still, SAF survives.
Yeah, they take it, they take the car, and they just drive on. They were completely wide out in the open, which is a little unfortunate for them. There was just no cover. It was hiding on the river, and AV just made them pay, make sure that, nobody passes the river without their paying the toll.
This is McRory playing the game of survival, manages to bring Let's Go right back into the matchup instantaneously. And it's a overall well-played defensive maneuver from the side of SAF, kind of splitting up into 2 teams earlier on. And that was just a blessing in disguise for them. And that's the kind of strat that I really like, Sometimes you just want to play the game of survival, but then you see the whole team running around in the open fields. Everybody loses their life at the same time. You split up, you increase the chances of survival. Yes, you guys might get caught out, but, the chances of getting caught out as a team is there as well. So, splitting off into 2 different revival points at the same time just increases the chances for the team. I like SAF pulling that off quite well. AB Radicals, 3 kills so far. Ring around the Rosie, around the Time Turner. Ritu still loses his life. What?
Wow. Okay. X-Men able to just get eliminated there. I mean, AV just on point, just dashing around. A little bit of a dance there, and they come out on top. Ritu's actually gets picked up here, and it looks like AV, they're going to be going up against Axis Esports. We had high hopes for them. They need to step up. But can they outduel AV? This is going to be a dangerous one for them.
Yeah, Axis Esports has, kind of toned down some of their approaches in this matchup. And thank God they're not hot dropping SAF. We don't have to deal with that just yet until we move back into the setup of Bermuda as well as Purgatory. So Axis Esports, with that reason alone, is able to survive a little bit longer. But now, good grenade, tossed out by Thanamo. Blocked by the solid blue walls, pulled up by Axis Esports. Mac 10 in the hands of Flame, which means CQC, Flame will be able to light up his opponent. Thanamo, therefore, tries to drop him from afar. That shot penetrates the glue wall. Thanamo, super strong AWM gameplay with the sniper, should be able to get it. And from afar, there's the backup by Ritus. Thanamo pulls out the M1887, puts down the player off the side of Axis Esports. One final survivor. This is a GG. Yes, he trades out 1, but the players of AV Radicals very easily equalize against Axis Esports, kicking them back out to the lobby in the 10th spot.
Oh my gosh. And this is why AV Radicals are the top team, right? They went 4 versus 4 in the wide open area. There was Ritus is the only one who got knocked, but they got every single kill. AV completely flawless on that one. This is why you need to be scared of this team. They're so good, mechanically sound, they're hitting their shots, and makes it very difficult for you to take out anybody from AV.
Difficult to take them down, and now they are the kill leaders. Building up that confidence is something that the other teams cannot allow AV Radicals to do. We've seen in the past weeks what they can do with confidence. When it's built up, AV Radicals pops off. And these 2 maps, Alpine and Purgatory, are their most dominant maps out there on the battlefield. Teams cannot allow AV Radicals to build that momentum up here. So far in the day, they haven't been able to do that. But in this matchup, they are looking to do exactly that. Once they do ramp things up, though, things might just get a little bit more crazier. NC from afar, this might just be the next set of victims for the players of AV Radicals, and they're going in straight up for the flush. Straight push in by the one and only Wine, who gets tagged up halfway through, but Eastern Wolves gang moving into this compound against NC as well as they search for the circle. Might just be the death of AV Radicals. Pando EWG, although they are not supreme on the overall leaderboard, they have the combat capability to shut down AV Radicals, especially when they're the third party.
NC right now stuck in between. It almost seemed like somebody said free lunch, and AV and Eastern Wolf Gangs both making a play for this one because they want the kills here. AV just going ham into this one. Time Turner keeping them alive, at least for now. Ritu's backs up for now. Asta's on the other hand getting very low. Does need to be careful. Who's going to pull out on top?
That's it, Max 7. Oop, catches Tadamo, but the shots just go wide a little bit. Yazid scrambling around, panicked. Does not know where to go, but Pando EWG does not want to play the game of chance against any team in a third-party situation. They just want to find the circle, allowing AV Radicals to do the dirty work to shut down NC. Wine still surviving, 15 more HP. NC, that's about it. Dino back up on his feet, but put right back down. Great play from him, but just did not have the kind of firepower to take back-to-back knocks there. And AV Radicals not only survives, but they dominate. And now they continue being the kill leaders of this lobby. SAF, on the other hand, 6 kills in so far. This time they aim to shut down Farang.
All right, AV Radicals, the strength of this team is that there's really no weak point. Yes, you have the Wines, you have the, everybody just plays well together. Right now, I think they have 3 or 4 kills. Everybody's just kind of spread it around. Tanamo, Ramiel, Ritus, like all these guys are just playing well as a team. They just seem to understand the capabilities of one another and just completely ambushing teams. And NC really didn't have much of a chance on that one. EWG, on the other hand, they're looking to fight with Todak here. Todak eliminated. Unfortunate for them. They really needed the points.
Yeah, Pando EWG, very strong team out there on the battlefield. Toda had nothing on them. And this is why, we kind of talked about this. Toda, Sem9, hard to get. Although they are amazing teams, amazing capability with each and every single individual player, it's going to be hard for them to kind of dominate the top 12 because of the stronger teams that are above them, like Pando, EWG, Axis, Geek Fam. Even though we don't really see them popping off all the time, they are still very strong. It's just that their performance, their strong performance, kind of gets dulled out when you compare it to, crazy psycho teams like AV Radicals, Expat, and Farang. Those guys are mental, insane on another level.
Yes, definitely. And that's the difficulty, right? Every team is just so difficult to deal with, right? We thought, if you told me that at the beginning of the league, that Sem9, Bloody Head, Anxiety, these guys would be kind of towards the bottom, I would have been like, no. I think that they're middle tier teams. They'll be top 8 at most, or at worst, right? But they're struggling right now to even make the top 12 at this point. AV right now on a tear with 15 kills.
Farang desperately needs to pick up a lot of points here because they are, first of all, they've given away their 3rd spot to Blacklist International already, so they need to catch up, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be possible. Even though AV Radicals is busy with hard to get right in front of them, Farang only has 1 final survivor right behind, and I believe he's looking to vulture on anybody that drops the ball in this particular engagement. He cannot circle around. He will still get caught out. AV Radicals, this is a 2v2. Batman goes down, so that's the spot for AV now to overtake the situation. Wine is still surviving, which means CQC, Wine is just going to rip a new hole in the players of hard to get. Jay-Z from the back. Ramiel goes down. AV Radicals! It's Farang!
Oh, gets him from behind, completely caught off guard, did not expect the grenade launcher there, and Jay-Z's like, oh my gosh, what is going on? How did they both die? And then now they're going to be on the run because that circle is coming in, but my gosh, completely caught off guard. Farang, that's the perfect way you want a third party.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. This guy had nowhere else to run, and therefore he just plays possum, waits for the timing, drops one onto 4-bits. Jay-Z trades him out of the AC-80, way too accurate. That gun with a headshot is just lethal. Anxiety still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield, but the smart move by Pando EWG to avoid AV Radicals earlier on seems to have given them the perfect position now to take the fight against Anxiety. The circle's going to move between the two teams, And this is why you need to focus on the game of survival when you hop on into Free Fire Battle Royale. And now, high ground advantage. They just need to move on forth and use that high ground advantage with the AWM and AC-80 setup. Groza as well in the hands of Tua. They've got all the perfect weapons to take this mid to long range combat. And the double Car 98 setup on the other side, on the side of Anxiety, just shows us that they have not looted up well just yet.
They have a perfect position. You talked about the high ground. It's completely on that point. But Monito, look at how far he's flanking. He's trying to get onto the outside, creating a bit of a distraction, holding that angle down, realizing that he has time until the circle is starting to close in. It will start to enclose. Now he's going to make his move into the end of the circle. So you're always on the edge. You're creating this giant pincer move, making it very difficult for Anxiety to make any sort of movement forward. But it's going to be a 4-on-4 for the final circle as it starts to close in now.
Yeah, this is a very smart move coming through from Jay-Z. He's pulling off that right side flank, and he should be able to catch the players of Anxiety a little bit off guard here. But Jay-Z now, he gets pressured by the circle. Anxiety not pressured just yet, and therefore Jay-Z has to abandon his position. But Anxiety moves a little bit further, and therefore they get tagged up by the circle. Kanoho down on the ground. Mantai from the other side. And now all players on the side of Pando EWG sticking together. Fury the last player. Not a problem whatsoever. Pando EWG with a solid, well-played booyah.
And this is why we expected big things out of EWG, and this is what you get, right? They are a proven squad. They know how to play the late game. Very smart. Using that elevation and just closing that one out against Anxiety, who was desperate for points. EWG celebrating here. But Danny, what are your thoughts on that one?
I was kind of hoping that Anxiety was going to be able to take the Booyah, right? This is a team that has been needing these points. I think Anxiety need them more than EWG. I think EWG, they're in a pretty safe position. Anxiety may be on the verge of being eliminated, but I think this is probably one of their best performances thus far. The only thing I didn't like was the fact that the team was split. And they were split so far apart that if any of the duos got knocked down, there was going to be no one to basically back them up, right? You only had one partner with you. So it was a very risky maneuver for them to go for the split. I can understand what they were trying to do. They were going to try and pincer EWG as they came down the hill. It was just, they got picked off too soon. If it was much closer, then I think it would have actually been more favorable for Anxiety. So unfortunate for them, but EWG, amazing, amazing high ground sniping. I think they just did the best thing possible. They didn't rush. They stayed where they were. They were waiting for the circle to push them in, and it basically put Anxiety on a timer to basically try and cut them down before the circle came in. So unfortunate for Anxiety, but if anything, I'm still impressed with how they played with this. But EWG, they did a perfect endgame maneuver.
I think it was more than perfect for Pando EWG, and Anxiety, that's not the only mistake they made by going in for the split. In fact, at times I would agree with the 2-2 split. You can't just kind of group up down at the bottom because, number one, you are at a disadvantageous position. You've got the lower ground, your opponents have got that upper ground, and they've got that high ground advantage against you. But I want to take the conversation back to what EWG did so right in that battle, right? Number one, they were looking for the circle, and between them and the circle stands NC and AB Radicals. They could have just rushed in, be the third party, get a couple of extra kills, be greedy for kill points, but they did not do that. That's the first right thing that they did. The second right thing that they did was read the circle extremely well, mainly because you need to know the terrain of the map. You need to know when you move into a circle, whether it's going to be high ground or lower ground. Both Anxiety and EWG moved towards that circle, but the difference was EWG moved, they circled around the outside perimeter to look for that high ground. That's the second right thing done. The third right thing done was going in for the split, sending out Jay-Z on the right-hand side to take that flank from that right and play the game of distraction, whilst the rest of the players with that high ground advantage who were just kind of dodging in and out of engagement to take all of those beautiful shots. I mean, that was such a well-played round by Pando EWG, and I kind of get exactly why Abi was so excited that he was screaming into the camera, right? Because it was one of the most beautiful strategized booyahs that we've seen in a while.
Definitely. And let me just add on, the point number 4 was that they were smart with the timing. right? Yes, you talked about the movement and everything, but the thing is that they did it with the timing of the next circle. They knew when it was going to happen, when it was going to start to enclose, so they were very spaced. And you have all the space that's given to you, you need to take advantage of it because you get more angles, you get, different high grounds, and people need to be worried about that. Anxiety didn't know what to do. They had a little bit of anxiety, as they were just trying to make their way into the circle, but it's one of those moments where they're going to look back on this as the late game is, how do we play this one better? What did they do that was so much better than me? And Pando AWG play that one to the T. It was a chef's kiss. Mwah.
Yeah, it just seemed like the superior execution, right, AJ?
Yeah.
Like the way that they played that game, they had more rooms for error, it seemed, compared to anxiety. Because I'm going to go back to the whole 2-2 split, and I agree with you, right? There are absolutely situations where 2-2 makes sense. In this case, it was so risky. Because we saw anxiety basically get crippled because one side got hammered until both players went down, and there was no one to res them, right? Like they instantly just went down. So that's where sort of like the downside of the 2-2 split comes in.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully some of the pro teams are tuning in. I know that Xpan is just one of those very few Malaysian teams that tune into the English broadcast. All the Filipino teams are tuning into the English broadcast. If there's one thing that they can do to help themselves is just get the map printed out and just go on a school trip. Literally open up a custom room, go into solo battles, and just have the whole team scout around the map. And once you've got that map printed out already, you just need to mark out which side is the most advantageous, which sides are the higher grounds, so that when you want to rotate, you just need to look at your map once again inside of your game room and know, okay, boys, we are going to rotate into this circle. Clearly, this is the high ground. Let's take over this compound instead, and not blindly rush into a circle. That's not the smartest way to play, especially when it's one of the final positions you're going to hold, preparing to get the booyah for yourself. I mean, I think once again, what Eastern Wolves Gang did there, all thanks to Abiye, who is their coach now, I think they have just taken up their whole gameplay to, the next level. But we want to see more of them, because where they do falter is the combat capability. Their strategy is sound, but they just are not one of the stronger teams when it comes to picking up kill points.
Time will tell if they're going to be able to improve in that department. But the MVP, it's going to go to Wine on the side of AV Radicals. Now, we didn't really see AV Radicals make it into that final circle, but we did see this team actually pick up a number of kills. They have been able to compensate at least. Honestly, not surprised. I think Wine is Wine the highest performing player in AV, or is it?
Yes. Yeah. It's Wine.
Okay, so it totally makes sense that he's going to get the MVP round. I mean, 29.3% accuracy, 2,523 damage, pretty average stats across the board. But in general, if someone wants to learn Free Fire, I'd direct them and be like, hey, you should watch Wine. This guy really knows how to fight.
I mean, the only thing I can hold up against Wine is that sometimes he's a little too aggressive. There are times where he tries to take fights 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3 at times because he realizes that his skill is there. I like his confidence. They just need to kind of tone it down so that the team is there to back him up. But if we're looking at the team MVP, no surprise there with 17 kills.
Yeah, 17 kills to the round. I mean, it's also Wine's shtick, right? Like the whole reason why we're always constantly calling out Wine is that he's in those situations and he's getting those kills. But I don't think many players are able to sort of play in that same style as Wine, unfortunately. It just goes to show how mechanically skilled he is. He knows the angles, he knows when to go in, he knows when to go out. And then and sometimes, like, we do see he gets punished. And let's be realistic, everyone gets punished every now and again because we all make mistakes. But yeah, Wine, very almost flawless. I don't think there's anyone out there that is flawless. Like, he's almost flawless. Let's take a look at the current standings for the round as well to see how many points everyone took home. And I mean, with 17 kills, I think you could probably land anywhere on the leaderboard and you'll be fine. Obviously, like, not 10th, 11th, and 12th, but 6 points for placements, not too bad. So 23 points there for AV Radicals. Pando, our Booyah team, will be taking home 20 points. They were able to land 8 kills before grabbing that Booyah. And then Hard to Get is going to be taking that 3rd place here with 13 points. They're actually going to be tied here with Anxiety in 3rd and 4th place. Whereas SAF and Farang, these two teams are also going to be tied, but this time for 11 points for the round. And as we take a look at the other side of the bracket, a couple teams we mentioned here, Sem9, NC Esports, Todak, Axis. I mean, these are all teams that really need points, and unfortunately for this round, they just weren't able to pick any up.
I'm actually scared for those teams, right? We were hoping for Orange Esports to step up, but with that single
Next
point,
week.
you're kind of like,
Hola.
even
Orange
if
is
next week. I don't know if that's enough time for them to do any of this.
I have to call the gardener in to sort of help there with Orange Esports. Very quickly, though, we will take a look at the overall standings before we jump into our next game, which is going to be on Alpine here. So AV Radicals still in first place. This is to be expected. This is the second last game of the day. If they really want to pick up that lead again, they're going to have to play really well on this next map. Blacklist hasn't moved. Expand won't be moving. Farang, what are the chances of Farang actually dropping down to 5th place to Pando? I actually think this is
never
a
say
likely
never,
possibility.
right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
never say never, but I think, what do you guys think?
I think it's definitely possible, because the boys at Pando EWG seem so much more hungrier. Like I said, they are at the boot camp already, 1 week long. They want to focus on climbing up the ladder, and they want to focus on their strategies. And it's, for me, strategy over combat capability, and Farang just seems to be more focused on their combat capability rather than the strategy at the moment, which is going to be a huge downfall. But it's not going to affect the team too much. Usually you see Farang kind of pull out the big guns for the grand finals. So it's all good for the time being. Even if Pando EWG does climb over them in that 4th spot, it's not going to phase them all that too much. But Pando EWG, whether or not that's going to be possible, yes, it is.
Very possible, but we are going to be getting ready to jump into our next map of the day. We're going to be going back onto Alpine, and this is Group B's final game of the day. And we know, in particular, there's one team that hasn't performed on Alpine like we expected. AV Radicals. This is their last chance to really prove to us this week that they still have something in the tank, because so far it seems like the car is dry. There is nothing in there. And I'm a little bit worried about this team, right? Because we thought these guys are going to dominate. They're going to take the crown. They're going to be the gods of the tournament. And so far they have proven that no, they are also very much mortal, and not just a little mortal, but very, very mortal as the competition has been catching up on their heels. So Alpine, a lot of unexpected things, right? Because we all have seen that a lot of these teams are also still not 100% comfortable in Alpine. I don't think everyone has fully explored the map. And AJ, I think you brought up a really interesting point with going on field trips and being able to explore the map, get comfortable with all the high points, the low points, anything that you can utilize for these circles. So maybe after this week, we have some teams sort of look at Alpine and dominate their demons, per se. But Alpine is ready, so I'm going to hand it over to you two wonderful gentlemen. Hola and AJ, take it away for our final game for B versus C.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on in here towards Alpine, it is the biggest question on everybody's mind on whether or not we are going to see the players of AV Radicals step their gameplay up, because from just absolutely obliterating their opponents, they picked up just 8 points in the previous match. And this was the same team that picked up a massive 39 when we came into Alpine, I believe in week 2, Ola.
Yes. And they're going to have to repeat a little bit more of that. They're going to have to do well on this one. Alpine, on the other hand, is one of those times where, again, we talked about it before, the teams are not 100% familiar with it. It's still the situation where it's a feeling out process. The strategy hasn't really been set, which is great for us because you see that there's going to be learnings that are on the spot.
Yeah. Let's see if or not anyone has learned. Before this matchup in itself, Farang, as usual, Snowfall will be their spot. But Toda takes a hot drop against AV Radicals inside of the high-tier loot zone. Today, AV Radicals is just learning that they are going to just take this risk, this eternal risk of challenging big teams inside of that high-tier loot zone time and time again. I mean, first it was Geek Fam, then I forgot, I think it was Blacklist, and now you've got Toda taking the fight up against them. But Toda hasn't really shown us a lot of great combat ability in this competition. So AV Radicals might just have the opportunity to turn the tides against them here. Although it was a good knock onto Wine a little bit earlier on, they do manage to trade Spark out, and Spark not only is going to bleed out.
Oh, the disrespect.
It's just a
the disrespect.
as he takes the play out. And you know why is this disrespect there? Because it's pretty much known now that AV Radicals is going to be in the blue zone. So anybody that steps into the blue zone is openly challenging AV Radicals. So if you get snuffed out, you are going to get disrespected.
Yeah, get disrespected. A little unfortunate for them. I mean, I have high hopes for Todak, especially Spark. I love the guy. But it's one of those things where you met up against, you hot dropped into this one. AV are on the prowl. Right now, they're just cleaning up. Pedro's up next. Looks like they're going to clean that one up. But AV Radicals, this is exactly what you wanted. You wanted to be aggressive. We've seen them change up their strategy from yesterday to today. They seem to be more assertive with their moves. They've been very strong. They're not afraid of hot dropping into enemy teams, and they've come out the victors quite a few, many times.
Let's see if the play is off. Todak can survive as I try to complete that sentence. Ames loses his life. AV Radicals now have the next contender ready for battle. Farang from afar. Can they approach the situation with caution and take out one of the most dominant teams on Alpine? Farang as well is quite the dominant beast on Alpine. So if they equalize each other in this particular fight, if one of them takes out the other, then, we're going to see a lot more points spread out for some of the other teams, which I think they do deserve. So thankfully, that's exactly what we were expecting out of this whole Group B setup, right? For these two titans to take each other on and neutralize each other's combat capability very early on in the game. But the kill feed not showing us that engagement just shows that both of the teams extremely disciplined, not wanting to take that engagement, but too quick of a shutdown onto NC.
Oh, Orange Esports right there. They're going to come out the top on against NC Esports. That's going to be a massive win for them. They really need this momentum. They need the points. But AV Wine just running out in the open. Too bad, just caught him out. I don't think that he was even knew that he was going to be there. So this is going to be a pretty big win for Farang right here, catching out members of Tanamo and Wine. This is exactly what you want as Farang, as they're looking for the rest of the AV members here, hiding behind that tent.
AV. This is a good engagement from Jembao, who has the Mag 7. Plays the timing, but too bad's there for the backup as well. Ritus is going to go down. There's no way at all out of this. Too bad gets the frag. Fantastic play by Farang. AV Radicals punished.
Oh, that was actually super smart. He actually waited for his teammate before he went for that. He waited for Jembal to come and help him out just in case he missed that one out. He knew that AV Radicals was down to the last member, or there was a solo member there, but now Raymiel has to make a move. He has to run away. Yes, they have 5 kills, but this is not enough. You got to get your team back up, get yourself back into full strength so you have a chance for that mid-game. But let's look at Axis Esports. Relatively quiet. They've kind of suffered this weekend in the second half of the season. They haven't done as well, but now they're going to look to clash with Sem9, also very hungry for points. Sem9 need to figure out some way to get into this one. Axis Esports, yes, they were 6th place going into today, but they have not impressed at all.
Axis Esports. And I like the fact that Sem9's peeling away from this early engagement. I mean, both of these teams cannot afford to get taken out a little bit too early. Hard to get, might just be the Vultures just from beyond, but they are a little busy bringing their own team member back in. Not wasting their coins because they're using that revival platform, which costs absolutely nothing. So that's a smart play from them, even though there is a buy point nearby. Just saving their money for a rainy day. Eastern Wolves Gang, that flushed out of a compound by ORV. All the teams playing this extremely safely, and I like that.
Yeah. Definitely. I love it. I love it because it's one of those things where, yeah, it might be a little slower in the beginning, but then later on when that 10-minute mark happens and there's a bunch of players still alive, you're going to just see some mad chaos, right? Third party, fourth party, that's what I like to see. Just teams reacting. How do you react in those situations? What do you do? How do you defend yourself? Like, what's going to happen? Those, to me, are the best parts about Free Fire.
Best stuff indeed. EWG rotating out, but that's the edge of the circle that they find themselves staring at. So they have to deal with ORV one way or another. ORV, they back off, and nobody else within this compound to kind of torture them. Unless that's an icon that I'm missing. No, it's not. Nobody else is in there. So they are going to be safe. They are going to be untouched at the moment at Stadium. Axis Esports, on the other hand, cannot aggress on fourth as they are stuck in a danger zone. Hard to get. They get that revival, and they get to get away with it as well. And for their lucky day, it seems like Axis will not be able to do anything about it. But looks like Hard to Get don't want to run away. They want to see the players of Axis Esports and perhaps even shut them out of this equation, because Forbits is just holding on to this corner here, and Axis might rotate towards them. And this might just be that engagement that we all can absolutely lap up. But with the trajectory that Jay-Z is taking for that rotation, catching up with the rest of them, this engagement better happen now before than later for the sake of Axis Esports, as the players of Hard to Get are not ready for fights just yet. But Axis doesn't take advantage of that opening. Of course, they didn't know that opening, but the timing is just not on their side. They're still holding this patiently. I like that. From scrappy plays, rushes by Axis back-to-back when it was unnecessary. Now we see a little bit more patient gameplay from them.
Yeah, and I think they saw movement. They were kind of hoping somebody would just pop out, but it looks like they're just going to play it safe and just get into the circle, just make their way in the other flank and avoid as much as possible. There's still plenty of players, 10 teams left. You don't want to do anything risky. You don't want to be like AV down to the last member at this stage. So Ramiel really needs help. He needs to get lucky, ensure that he does survive. But look at Manic getting shot at here by Orange Esports.
EWG slowly, backstab by DCOS, too perfect. And EWG gets stuck in a very tough spot as the players of Orange Esports now come flushing on in. They just had one guy to deal with, and that one guy was more than enough to take them out of the equation. Jabat knocked down by Manchai. DCOS forces everybody else from the side of Pando EWG to run away from this engagement. And there goes Tua as well, Jay-Z final player, and he's not gonna survive this. Bye-bye, Pando EWG. It was nice seeing you in this round. DCOS flanks from the right-hand side. Mac 7 for the play! And he gets sprayed down by the Mac 10. I did not know he had the Mac 10. The perfect gun for all the CQCs. He just needs to top his health back up a little bit more. One nade can do him in. But this Mac 10 is more than enough to shut down Jabat as well. The game of numbers against him with the ice grenade, and then the Mac 7 puts an end to it. The game of numbers catches up with them.
All right, DCOS went in one-on-one. He tried to go for the 50-50, but he unfortunately was not able to do it. I felt like if you were a little patient, make sure that your teammates were there to back you up, it would have been much easier. But, I mean, they still ended up getting the kill in the end. But look at 7-9 now in a mad skirmish. This is going to be crazy chaos right near. And it looks like SAF are going to come out. Ficker trying to get some shots onto Lesgo. Lesgo's using the outside end, and he's got the frost grenade, and that's going to do some damage, especially with the glue wall there. Just providing so much cover, very difficult to move. McCrory, he's going to heal himself. Let's go, looking around, trying to find 7-9.
Let's go now. Barricades himself in, but has got the window to run away from. That's the perfect bait! But Victory calls him out on it, but Victory now pulls out a good glue wall inside the time turner, jumps into the window. What a movement by Victory, stays alive. But 3 players it took from SAF to shut down that monster. Well played, Victory. Extremely well played maneuvers around, but the game of numbers obviously to catch up, and SAF gets that in the bag. And as they try to rotate around the circle, Yadob leads the line here, just in case the rest of his team members get taken down by either the circle or anyone that backstabs them. Inside of Stadium, there is no buy point, but right outside of the circle, they do have one to work with in case of that worst case scenario. Axis Esports, on the other hand, still playing hide and seek with Hard to Get.
Yeah, they don't want to do anything risky. They're looking to just survive. At this point, what they've done in the past is they've tried to be aggressive at times, but it hasn't really paid off. They want placement points. They're looking for the safe, like almost cheesy points at this point, but it's just a matter of surviving, ensuring that you get something out of this. Anxiety have not been able to kind of win those 50-50 matchups, so they're just looking to play safe. But another team that's looking to change things up is Orange Esports. They have not done well in the previous team fights, but they've gotten 8 kills. They've done quite well in this game, so they've really turned it up. Orange Esports desperate for points. They need to figure out a way to get back into it, and this is the way to do it. They have 3 members left. I feel like this is a team that can continue to do well if given the opportunity, but is it too little time at this stage?
Let's hope and pray that it is not. Orange Esports, is a little up and down when it comes to Alpine. Unlike Pando EWG, they're down when it comes to Alpine, and hence the reason why they got taken out prematurely by Orange Esports themselves. And, usually at Purgatory is where we see Pando just truly show their dominance. But it's not going to be the case here. They haven't really mastered Alpine to show us those flair as well as strategy just yet. Anxiety slowly backs away, not wanting to deal with the players of Orange Esports. And this is a better play if you ask me, because it also gives Orange Esports the time to bring their player back in, and Anxiety to find a closer spot towards the center of that circle. just to play that game of survival first, because we all know exactly how desperate Anxiety is for points out there, Holland.
Definitely. They're more lovers than fighters. I mean, I think it's one of those things where they're willing to be, they're just going to hide, try to take up as many points as they can. But Jay-Z, on the other hand, being super aggressive, he's going right in, 1 versus 4. And where's the rest of it? Hard to get. They're starting to fly in. SAF are now here. They're going to look to third party.
Yep, and they get the knock, they get the kill as well. Let's go. Too quick with the work of stealing away the kills from the side of Axis Esports. And Axis now knocks down Batman. Will we see another steal from the side of SAF? They do not have eyes on it. Neptune secures it with a VSS. Fantastic in terms of engagement time and reaction. SAF backs away. Axis Esports spots 4 bids now. Vegeta, AC-80. The problem is AC-80, very accurate gun, but you need your opponent to stay still, man. You need to get back-to-back headshots with it to get the maximum amount of damage, and it just doesn't seem like SAF wants to allow them to do that. And now hard to get. This is a GG as the players of AB Radicals kind of approach from the back, distracting Axis Esports, and therefore SAF gets to move into the next circle.
Yeah, AV back to full strength. This is, for all the other teams, this is something you do not want to see. They're going to just look to flank. Hard to get. It looks like they're going to be flanked right here. They're going to be in a bad situation. They have 3 members still up from AV. They have 6 kills. What else can they do? They do see Axis Esports that are very close, but SAF, they want them as well. They're starting to get slowly stuck in with this one, but look at all the other teams. There's just so many different angles. It's very difficult to move. You got to be careful. Make use of that cover.
You saw that cover, Dynamo. How in the world did he flick that shot? Raf down on the ground. If there's someone you want to take out, Raf's definitely the guy. But can AB Radicals? Ramiel cooking up the nade already, but a good glue wall pulled out just in the nick of time to make sure that nade does not connect with any one of their players, but they also lose the ability to spot out Ramiel. Ramiel moves towards the left and yet finds another window. Good grenade. Jumps off the corner of that window. Doesn't get it, but Raf now in a lot of trouble. But Raf responds with the grenade launcher. Ramiel down on the ground. Fantastic play by Raf. And this is a guy that you cannot afford to lose if you're Axis Esports.
Yeah, that was actually perfect. 2 grenades in the perfect spot both times. He ensured he got the knock, and then he cleaned it up. It was as simple as for a Raf as possible. That's exactly what you want. Now, they're running out with Tanamo with a sniper. You got to be careful about this guy. And it looks like he's going to hide for now. And this is very dangerous. Wide out in the open.
Oh, Tanamo just missing the timing with that snipe there. The Riptide Rhythm did come through from the back. No idea who sent it out. Did he send it out? Okay, if he did, then unfortunate with the timing. Raf now down on the ground. Shahid tries to shut him out, but Tanamo has got the charge buster, the perfect gun to deal with Shahid. Shahid, it's all about the timing, gets tagged up. But from the back,
nice flank.
Amazing flank from Neptune as he gets the kill instead. AB Radical still not down and out of it just yet. They've sent in 1 manpower into that final circle, but it is Wine. Does he have a gun though?
I don't know. If anything, he's just kind of chilling. He's just turned into Observer on top of that tower. He's going to be fine. But ORV, 4-man strong. SAF Hawkeye, he looks like he cleaned up there. Fur will secure that one. And they're going to continue to move on. ORV with 5 kills. Pretty good showing for them. Anxiety, on the other hand, stuck in with ORV.
SAF still surviving with Yado, but not for long because he's outside of the circle, too far away. ORV, fantastic play so far, but can they get past Anxiety now, who've got a great defensive compound to work with? ORV, 2 grenades in the hands of shots, the AC-80 as well. So long-range combat, more than equal, more than good for them to kind of play around with, but you do see Kanoho holding on to the LMG with the perfect combat capability to kind of just pull down this glue wall, force the players of ORV to use all of their resources before it's even the final battle inside of that last circle. And this is what we're talking about. Fury now, AC-80, everybody taking those shots against the glue wall. 1 more is needed. Jasly goes down on the ground. No savior. Shots won't be able to get anything. And now he's the next one who's going to fall prey to all of these shots. Hides behind the airdrop. Fantastic play. But is that outside of the circle? It is. So bye-bye ORV. Anxiety gets the next circle.
Wow, 3 teams left. Anxiety playing that one very strong. And I mean, Fur there was just taking out every single glue walls. ORV really had no chance. Thought he was safe behind the glue walls, but considering that they were just being smashed after smash, there was no chances for any sort of cover. They were wide out in the open. Very unfortunate position. Now Anxiety in a great position for the end. But look at Wine. This little cheeky play all the way at the top of the windmill.
Yeah, pulls in an airdrop as well, gets the LMG, one of the best guns in the final circle if you're the final survivor. From up top, good grenade. Anxiety finishes off Farang. What do you know? And now a 1v4. Wine. Can he? Because if he hops on off, this is a fall damage that he will have to soak up and then go up against 4 players. He cannot give his life to the circle because that's not allowed in the MCPS. Therefore, he goes in for the drop right behind. 10 more HP, 1 medkit to use. I think the other players spot him out already. No time. Wine pulls out the time turner instead. God Toby moves on in. Chessman finishes that off. AV Radical's taken out, and Anxiety gets a very, very long-awaited booyah.
That is actually their first booyah of the league, much needed by Anxiety. They needed this one. They were struggling. They were 13th place going into today. They needed points. They only had 24 yesterday. They got more than that in that game alone. Anxiety playing that one very, very well. But let's give props to Wine. I mean, just being cheeky on top of the windmill, just making sure that he got placement points all by yourself. Very, very smart there. But Danny, what are your thoughts on that game?
God, I'm actually super impressed with Anxiety today. They are so hungry for these points, and to see them play so highly in these past 2 matches, I am impressed. I'm looking forward to seeing these boys go into next week because I actually have expectations. At first, I just thought, oh, this is just going to be another team that bombs out in the league and is just going to occupy the bottom of the bracket. But they proved that they still have something to prove in this tournament. And I'm not sure, have they been hiding strats from us? Have they been testing things out during the first couple of weeks? And then they decided, okay, guys, we need to buck up now because we need to guarantee our top 12 placing. Anxiety. I think they're hiding strats.
No, they played it well. They played it well.
Yes.
I mean, they were in the right spot at the right time in terms of fortifying and bunkering down in certain areas. They were very smart in terms of how the circles would play into them, and so that they were gatekeeping almost. So Anxiety just doing very, very well, put themselves in a position to win.
Yeah.
I kind of think that they are not hiding strats because one of the strongest points of Anxiety is Chessman. And he used to be known as Jaboywa, one of the better snipers in the competition. But how many times do you see him hit those long-range snipes anymore? Absolutely none. And even in that previous matchup towards that final circle, he had 0 slays on his side, which probably is contributing to some of the down performance from the side of Anxiety. Jaboywa needs to wake up. He needs to go back to his strong sniping ways. He needs to hold on to these high ground advantages like how we always used to see. In the Challenger series, if you remember, Anxiety was so crazy good because Jaboywa was always on those roofs, right? He played it like how Batman used to play when he was back with, I believe, Divinity, and, we just don't see those plays out of him anymore. And when you don't have your sniper making that work and kind of getting all of these long-range engagements, getting those knocks for the rest of them to kind of finish off, getting that extra bit of bird's eye view information, you're not going to see Anxiety perform well. And on that same point, whenever Anxiety used to take that high ground advantage and the opponents knock down Jaboywa and he loses that sight and he loses that information, Anxiety bombs out. So they desperately need him to wake up.
Well, I mean, they're starting to wake up, but the issue is that it's on Sunday, and this was also their last 2 games of the day. So, sorry, gentlemen, there's not going to be any more opportunities. But I mean, I think this is probably the best way to sort of end the week. It's been the team's been very quiet up until this point. So, last 2 games, they got a good number of points. I think they're going to be okay with finishing the week. It's just next week.
This is why I don't like to work from home. Here I am casting and my fiance is passing me a jar to open for her because she can't open it. There you go, baby.
But you did it off camera, right? So it's kind of one of those things where, is she really wrong at the end of the day?
I mean, we should have had the pop, like when you open a new jar and it pops, you needed the ASMR. Where is it? I demand my ASMR.
It popped. I covered it.
Nice. You're a professional. Look at this.
But jokes aside, I mean, good on Anxiety to finally, pull that victory off. And like we talked about, right, down at the bottom, when they're fighting for the top 12 spots, it's going to be super difficult because you're going up against teams like Hard to Get, Bloody Head, SAF, Access even though they are in that 7th spot, they are at total risk because it's so close between all of the points. that you see down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. So Anxiety getting this huge win for themselves is going to help them stay safe, but it's nowhere near to guaranteeing them the top 12 spots unless they can keep up a solid gameplay. Actually, not even solid. As long as they do decently well round after round, whenever they play, it's going to be good enough.
Yeah, I think you're also praying that some of the teams towards the bottom of the bracket don't do so well, right? Which I don't think that's very good to put your faith in that, because that's something that's not within your control. Unless there is one way to control this, to hot drop them. And we have seen this actually in a couple of tournaments, right? Where teams that are struggling to get points, they will hot drop the quote-unquote weaker teams, or teams that are not comfortable in close quarter combat. So maybe that's something we're going to start seeing next week, or heck, we might even see it in the grand final as well.
Unless you are bloody head, and when you used to be the weakest team, you hot drop the biggest team in the form of Geek Fam, which was that very odd occurrence, and they used to win out a lot of those hot drops, which is what made me fall in love with bloody heads in the first place.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at our MVP for the round, and it's going to go to Neptune on the side of Axis. So for the round, he was able to nail 4 kills to his name, 2,300 damage, and an accuracy of 37.7. So every 3 bullets, he was landing at least one of them.
Yeah, pretty smart. We're very well played by Neptune, right? Axis Esports, they needed some points. We were kind of struggling. Like, where is this team? Where do they fit in with all of the other teams? We didn't really know. They were kind of, top 8-ish. We weren't really kind of, are they better than that? I think at this point I think they're accurate in the top, 6, 7, 8 area. I think that they're kind of on par with EWG. But let's talk a little bit more about the team MVPs. AV Radicals with 9 kills. This is not much of a surprise, right?
I'm surprised they didn't get more, to be honest. That's the only thing we could be surprised about. But yeah, this was just an average round for AV. This is not outstanding. This is okay. I mean, if I was AV, I'd still be kind of disappointed with how you did this, right? It wasn't the same as what we saw in the past. But I mean, at least they didn't drop so far down the leaderboard because of their bad performance, right? So AV, they're safe, but yeah, as someone that has seen what this team can do, not a great week.
And this is what I'm most afraid of when we get into that grand finals. Which form of AV Radicals are we actually going to see at that finals, right? If we see who we are seeing right now, then the probability of them grabbing the championship by the end of the day is going to be very, very slim. I mean, yeah, you've got Anxiety getting the Booyah up there, but you also have a lot of teams who are not really playing their best. Or on the flip side of the coin, it could just be that AV Radicals finally realizes that, oh, goodness me, we are giving away too many of our strats. Maybe we need to slow down the pace.
Yeah, maybe that is something that they're sort of looking at. But it's hard to say what they're doing to fix this, right? It's going to have to come down to next week. If we see them just play completely different, then I think that makes sense that they're just hiding strats. They don't really care about their placement. They know they're guaranteed top 12. They just want to make sure that they get that big money, which is on grand final day. So AV Radicals, I mean, we are not going to talk about them for the rest of today, right? Because they are pretty much done. We will take a look at the overall standings because now all the groups have played. Mind you, to all of our viewers as well, every team in Group B has finished their matches for today. So they will not be gaining any more points. They will be at the mercy of Groups A versus C. And this is going to be a big thing because A and C have 3 matches to close out the day. Not 2, 3. And that's a lot of opportunity for these teams to make a climb, make a jump, do whatever they want to do. And I dare say that AV Radicals, as far ahead as they are in the competition, 72 points ahead of Expand. Expand are looking good. There's a chance that AV Radicals will be dethroned. And this is 3 games. So I'm keeping my eyes peeled for that. Taking a look at the bottom 12, however, Sem9 currently sitting in 12th place with 228 points. But look at where Todak is. Todak is just a couple points away.
Have the mighty fallen, right?
Because they scored 0, yeah.
Yeah, it pains me to see Todak do this, right? I have so many expectations for them, and they're on the cusp of getting in. They have a potential to get into the top 12, but it's one of those situations where you see what they're doing in the past 2 days, and you're like, do they even deserve a spot in top 12?
Yeah, right? It's a sticky situation to be in. I mean, the thing is, we also have to remember, Orange might not be very close to top 12 now.
Yeah.
Next week, things could change.
If they do it again, I will expand a little bit more of my vocal cords to scream my lungs out for them. That's guaranteed. Because, I mean, it's ridiculous for anybody to pull this off. But for what you guys can pull out of this whole situation is the Extreme Adventure weapon loot crate that you have here. Every single time you key in this code, you're going to get 2 of it. But guess what? You only get to key in the code 1 time. But it is not limited to X number of people. Anybody and everybody can claim it as long as you get it claimed before the end of the broadcast.
Yeah, so make sure you share it to everyone you know as well. Anyone can claim the code. You don't have to do anything special.
Yeah.
You don't have to do a dance. You don't have to sing. You don't have to call your mom. Just claim the code. It's free for everybody.
I feel like we should make them sing and dance at least, right? That should be...
I would love it if there was this TikTok challenge. You can only claim the code after you do a TikTok dance. I think that'd be very fun. It would be. Okay, so we are going to close out our second round of matches. It was B versus C. So Pando EWG were able to take out the first booyah of the day here on Purgatory. And then Anxiety coming in with a surprise booyah on Alpine. This is a team I'm looking out for, and I do expect a lot of things from them now that they're proving that, hang on, we are still in this competition. We're still in the running. We've still got strats. We're just not 100% polished yet. Maybe they'll be polished for next week. Who knows? They've got a whole week to get ready for those matches. But this also means that we'll say goodbye to them for now because it's A versus C, 3 games. And aside from alternating between maps, this is going to be an interesting one, right? It's going to be Purgatory and then 2 back-to-back Alpines. We are going to go for a break very soon, but I want to hear your thoughts, gentlemen. Do you prefer if they alternate maps, or do you prefer back-to-back mapped rounds?
I like to alternate. I think it's the best way to do it because it changes it up, right? It's one of those things where it's like, oh, and we messed up, we get to go back at it. It's like, no. Let's take a little bit of a break. Let's change things up and to see what you do the next time. I like to alternate.
I really don't care what's the format of the maps. As long as I know in advance, I'm going to be a happy man. But, here's what I'm looking forward to. Expand played 2 games, and they've got 51 points. AB Radicals played 4 games. They've got 54 points. Guess who's going to be breaking more records in here today? Expand has got 3 final matches to play, and I'm so excited to see what they can do because Alpine, 2 out of the 3. And they're good on Purgatory as well. So, yeah. AB Radicals better watch out.
They better watch out. I think there is a very good chance that they could be dethroned, but we'll have to see. It's going to be up to Expand. Are they going to crush the competition and steal all the points away? We are going to find out. But for now, we will go for a quick break as the players get ready for the lobby. So as usual, if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you are back in 5 minutes to catch the next grouping. It's going to be A versus C. See you after this break.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Join Bible Fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well, so stay tuned.
Season hari ni, saya ingin mengucapkan booyah!
Where have been?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the boy once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
So guys, what's up? Zizan Raza in the house.
Hey guys, I'm Ismail Zani. Macam biasa, it's your boy here.
Hai, saya Bunga.
Hi guys, we are Dollar.
So look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean,
Oh
how
my God.
big the scale is. Like, you have to show the
Oh my
top.
god, that is so
Tengok atas.
small.
That is how big it is.
Bukan satu, bukan dua, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade lah, macam-macam lah.
Biasalah untuk dia. Kan? Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car, amazing set, amazing people around us as well.
And bagi saya, it's very challenging lah because this shoot actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Bunga seorang je dekat set ni, tak ada Dollar, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So Bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah Bunga.
You really have to use your imaginations of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
And we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Saya pun tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila.
So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the boy once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We are here down to our final grouping of the day. And of course, joining me is going to be the wonderful Hauler and the mustachio AJ. Gentlemen, it is A versus C, and we have 3 rounds for this as well. Now, for anyone that's cheering for teams in Group B, they are done for this week. Yes, we are not going to see them again until next week. And we had a pretty interesting situation here for Group B. We didn't have the usual cast hogging all the points. They actually Yeah, they struggled. It was a struggle bus. But let's talk about A versus C. We'll talk about B next week. We'll see if they're able to recover in next week's matches. But A versus C, I like to consider this grouping as the dessert. This is such a fun grouping. It is so competitive. You can see all the teams, they're hungry to win. They're so ready to claim these points.
Yeah.
It's really hard to make predictions on who's going to take the points because it doesn't seem to be one or two or heck, even three teams constantly placing top three. Expand. Explode.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, Expand has been the story of this weekend, right? They've really showed up. They've just expanded and taken all those points, so to speak. But Blacklist International, Geek Fam, let's not count these guys out. They've done quite well. They've gotten so many kills as well. And actually, they put, the top hitters of AV Radicals and Farang on notice. Is that, hey, those teams might not be the best ones going into this final half of the season.
Yep. I have to agree with you, Holla. Purgatory is where we expected to see more dominance from the side of Blacklist International, but they stepped up their gameplay on Alpine as well. So, they've finally woken up. I mean, it took them 3 weeks, but I rather take 3 weeks than no weeks, man. With them kind of putting in the strong fight as well, we are going to see Blacklist with the potential now to replace Farang in the third spot. How crazy is that? Not only is AV Radicals at a risk of losing their number one spot, the players of Farang at a risk of losing the third spot after Expand stole slot number 2 from them. So Farang, AV, both not doing great. Thank you, Garina, for Group B.
Thank you for Group B. Wow. Oh, I don't know. I feel kind of bad for Group B now. But it looks like we are ready to jump into our first game for A versus C. We're going to have to find out who takes the first booyah of the day, the first booyah of this group. We're going to be back on Purgatory because after this, it's going to be all Alpine. But AJ Hauler, take it away and let's see who's going to be the first one to get the booyah for this round.
Thank you, Danny. We're going to be into the final series. This is, of course, Group A versus Group C. Who wants this one? Mind you, there's going to be 3 different matches. There are so many killers, a whole bunch of teams that need points, and they need to get them now as the final week is about upon them. But AJ, who do you like from Group C that really needs to kind of show up for this final match?
Who do I like or who needs to show up? There's 2 different teams.
Let's go with who you like first. How's that?
Okay, who I like, Axis Esports, hands down. I think they've got a lot of quality, but they've just been making silly mistakes after silly mistakes out there. And they've been torturing my soul, man. I've been waiting for Raf 666 to kind of wake up on the battlefield and go ham against the other players. I think, compared to Wine, he is one of the best combat specialists out there on the battlefield. So Axis kind of just gets my adrenaline pumping, right? But for which team needs to step up from Group C, it's going to be SAF. Now, they've been down in the dumps for quite a while already. They've even allowed teams like Anxiety to show exactly what they can do out there on the battlefield. But SAF at Purgatory, they need to step up. On the overall leaderboard, they might have a good stand, but at Purgatory is where we've seen them struggle the most. So I'm expecting them to make a difference here so that they can get ready for the grand finals later on.
Definitely agree with that. And SAF is one of those things where they are good. They're a very good team if given the opportunity, but they really haven't shown up. But let's talk a little bit about No Escape Revolt. They've kind of struggled. They're, I think they were 15th right now. They need to get into the top 12. They're kind of in a skirmish right here with ORV X-Men. 2 members have left from X-Men, and they're continuing to fight. What do you think about this play from Flank here?
I mean, obviously terrible in terms of decision-making for him to engage, but he is doing it for a reason. He's giving his partner the ability and the timing to run away. So Flank is that sacrificial lamb once again so that ORV can continue surviving in this game. If you look at that strategy, I'm in love with it, right? Jazly's going to be able to back away, bring in the rest of the members, including Flank, because the high probability of him getting taken down here is just there. But the interesting thing, okay, he's already down as I talk about it. But the interesting thing here is the players of No Escape Revolt were not really pushing on out just yet because of how they depleted their resources a little bit too early. A lot of them barely have any of those medkits on them except for Jim Quest, which is the only reason why he has been recovered and everybody else has to wait. And I believe as they continue kind of searching the battlefield, the one thing they're going to be hoping and praying for are those medkits.
Yeah, and look at Jazly on the run. He's all by himself. He's got to find something right now. He's got the 5 medkits, but I mean, he's pretty much doesn't have anything else. But now he's going to zip line across the river. He should be okay, assuming he doesn't get sniped out here. That would be an amazing shot, but they're fine for now. But no escape revolt. Yes, they won the fight. They've got 3 kills, but all of them are low. It looks like Jazly had stolen all the med kits, ran off with them, and has left them all kind of wounded. Is this setting themselves up for another team to maybe just third party into this one at this point? It might be something that happens coming up.
I do agree, man. Expand, but they cannot get too aggressive here because of the position held on by Icon. Hard to get, slowly trailing away. Into the hands of Icon, a couple of their players might just end up. And 4 Eyes moving straight towards a player on the side of Hard to Get, Jay-Z, on that lower ground. But thankfully, the angle that is held on here by Jay-Z isn't going to put him at risk at all. And he's trying to circle around. He doesn't know 4 Eyes is up top. He just wants more loots for himself. 4 Eyes wants loots. Both of them spot each other out. AC-80 in the hands of Jay-Z. That's unfortunate because the AUG in the hands of 4 Eyes is going to be better in this mid-range combat. Oh, he does have an SMG as well. Grenade tossed out. Might just be the end of 4 Eyes. It's all about the timing. Oh, time turner perfection. And the timing on the side of 4 Eyes is perfect as well. Why would you throw a grenade at the time turner? Jay-Z, a little bit of a mistake there. Batman flanks from the left. Jay-Z needs to win this gunfight. Icon 4 Eyes very low. Jay-Z doesn't get it. He just scrambles around. Finally, 4 Eyes goes down, but Eddie from the back shuts down Jay-Z. The timing was horrible on the side of Jay-Z.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. Icon, this is one of those situations where they were patient. They knew that all 4 were going to start to flank. Hard to Get, on the other hand, they did not call reinforcements. Nobody was coming up to help him out, and he was kind of stuck out in the open. He was not going to get away, so Icon really made them pay. H2G now on the run. This is an awkward situation. They've got 2 members left on that squad. Icon are looking for the rest of them. Don't see anything. They're going to just take what loot they can and move on with their lives.
Hard to Get. They get away. Revival platform just in front, and therefore they will be a happy squad in the next circle. Don't even have to expand any of those coins to buy their players right back. Axis Esports outside in the open. Bloodyhead will get kind of a little bit of information on them. And the best player to knock down would be Raf. And it looks like Mark has got the deed here, but he can't just execute that as easily as Raf plays a good defense with the glue walls. But here comes Stoda from the back. Axis Esports. I think they're going to get kicked out.
Yeah,
but Bloodyhead says bye-bye.
yeah. Bloodyhead are making the flank around, but they're just actually running into the other squad right there. So this seems a little bit of a lack of space. There's really nowhere where to really move. So this is going to be an awkward situation for them. But Axis Esports continuing to move out. They've got decent, well, it's still kind of wide out in the open. They need to find cover, figure something out. And Axis Esports just continue to just run through the campsite. No real worries in their mind.
Oh, I mean, one of the worst things that you can do is get information that there's a team on your left, there's a team on your right, and continue running down the middle. Flank around from the right or left instead. Why? Axis Esports. I don't know if these are just cheeky plays or they've got a terrible shot caller on their end. And now they've got that lower ground disadvantage against Bloodyheads. But let's see how they make good work of this. Raf has got a shotgun in hand, but the distance a little bit too great between themselves as well as Bloodyhead. Raf circles around from the left-hand side. Kaloy has that information. M1887 in hand. And it's all about the timing. And Raf Giant drops the beat, gives him a little bit of boost in speed as well as recovery. Kaloy down on the ground. 4 bits taken out. Raf with a shutdown. Fantastic play by Axis Esports so far. Morgana up top. Those grenades are going to be a problem if he has any in his backpack. It is going to be Shahid with the opportunity to step up, but all barricaded in. The one player from the side of Bloodyhead is going to struggle, but Voidface for the backstep can be making a difference here, Holler.
Yeah, this is going to be an awkward situation. This is in the Watchtower. They have 4 members of Axis just sticking around. Bloodyhead trying to draw a beat onto Raf. He does get the knock, so he wins that duel, and he's going to continue for more right here. And it looks like they've gotten Vegeta as well. Voidface is the last member. Neptune versus Yad, very close here. It's a 2 versus 1, and Voidface just trying to stay alive. He's going to heal himself, hide behind that glue wall, see what he can do. But look at the sound. People hear it. SAF are on the prowl.
Yeah, SAF's on the way in here to eat both of these teams up. Will they get all 3 kills? Oh, will Voidface secure that one? No, beacon out of nowhere. SAF hit and run. Neptune down on the ground. GG, bro. Bloody head saved by Vehicle, and he runs away. SAF, what a save. And now Axis Esports right in front of them. Shy loses his life. Axis gets kicked out, but Voidface is still alive and kicking. But Let's Go has got his eyes on him, and I believe he wants this kill point for himself. Voidface with the game of survival now. How far can he run? How fast can he get away? Even if he does get away, will he get stuck in the crosshairs of Geek Fam, who are awaiting for yet another shutdown out there on the battlefield? High ground advantage for the players of SAF, and now Voidface cannot run anywhere. He needs to sit down still, but instead he allows Hasik from the side of Geek Fam to take him down. What a play. But, you know, just unfortunate turn of events for both Bloodyhead and Axis.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodyhead getting eliminated 11th there. That was, he was not getting away, but that hit and run, absolutely hilarious. I hope somebody got the license so we could report that one. But again, we're just seeing crime after crime in this one. But Icon right now trying to stay alive. They need to, they're going to probably run into X-Span, probably not the team that they wanted here, but X-Roy, taking a ton of damage here as the fight begins.
X-Roy from the back too fast. Double barrel! No backup for too fast, but it doesn't really matter. Finally put down onto the ground. Axel finally steps on out. Close quarters combat with a Kar 98. Very rare gun to be used in a situation like that. And he doesn't really have the kind of guns to take advantage of this situation. Hence the reason why their players get dropped left, right, center. But Axel, he does have the Mag 7, the one gun to make all of the difference, and he goes in for the pickup. Grenade's not going to take him out of the equation just yet. And the players of Expand need to back away. X-Roy, M1887 once again in hand. They're trying to break down all of the glue walls. X-Roy responds, but Expand get expanded in this matchup. They do not get to continue their dominant run.
Okay, Icon, where has this been, right? This is like the first time we've seen them actually take on somebody like a team like an X-Man and come out the victors. They've done quite well with that one. They had the numbers. They played that one very, very well. Icon, very impressive on that one. They've got 6 kills, but they are a little bit wounded. They need to be careful about the other teams that are coming around. But now let's talk a little bit about Blacklist International. Been largely quiet for the first 9 minutes and 30 seconds of this game. They're going to be looking to ambush Sem9. I don't think that they have the angle or the vision to see how they're proceeding on this, but they're all just slowly crawling around. Fies is on the far end. He's going to attract a little bit of attention going into Sem9, and here comes Blacklist International on the flank.
I like the position held on here by Fies. He's got a gun that can do a lot of damage, the AWM in hand, but it's all about the angle and the timing of this. And Sem9 manages to back away. They don't really have to engage. They don't really have to get out of their compound in the first place. They can just allow Blacklist to rush in against them and then take those spot shots against them. But, you know, for some reason, they find the need to take the initiative to step on out and engage Blacklist outside of their defensive compound, which we will have to wait and see if or not is the right idea. Raja, good shutdown onto Zen OP. This is basically Blacklist International Ultimate trying to prove themselves against a great big team here. Zen on the ground. Ashura drops Fikri. Good drain out by Ban04 and the Charge Buster. Raja final player, but so little HP left on himself. And Sem9 get obliterated by Blacklist. Ashura and Zen can be picked up here. The timing is all on their side. Fantastic play. And I once again have no idea in the world why Sem9 stepped out of their defensive compound.
All right, this is the horror movie strategy that Sem9 did. You know, they know that, somebody might be in the wing, somebody might be coming or whatever. Let's go outside of the house where it's the safest, right? It's like the worst idea ever. Sem9 decided to play that one. But again, that strategy not paying off, and there's a reason for that.
And, you know, just to touch on the engagement between Icon and Expand earlier on, and I do not want to take away the victory dance from Icon, but, you know, facts are facts. The players of Expand just had terrible sets of guns on them, man. They did not have that close quarters combat, ability. I believe only one guy had the Mag 7. The rest of them had, like, you know, a bolt rifle, a marksman rifle, sorry, and I think 2 snipers on their side, which obviously isn't going to be able to do much. So, you know, a little bit of a GG there, which really is the reason why you have to focus on your loots early game. You have to pick up the guns that you're truly comfortable with, not just the guns you're comfortable with, but to make sure your team has a good setup of artillery to take this combat. You know, make sure you've got enough glue walls, make sure you've got enough medkits, and more importantly, those grenades. If you're lucky, the grenade launcher. And if you don't focus on your loots in the early game, when you get caught out, you know, you really get caught with your pants down as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, sometimes you're a little unlucky. You're not getting the guns that you need or you're able to distribute to the team members. So it's one of those awkward situations. But again, it was one of those things where when you've got a sniper rifle inside the close quarter battles, you probably just want to run and not take that fight. But I think that they were like, okay, we have no choice. We have nowhere to go. We're going to take what we can. But Icon come out, with the advantage, and they pulled it out. So that's props to them, and they did quite well. But now it looks like they found hard to get. They're on the top. They have the intel. Captain is kind of peeking around, does see HT2G in this building. Is he able to draw a bead? We're going to have to kind of watch this one, especially since the storm is starting to close in here.
I like this position held on by Icon. This is where they prove to us on whether or not that victory over Expand was a fluke or if they have truly woken up, because they've got a good engagement position here against the players of HTG. It's all about the timing and what they do to execute those players from HTG who are trying to play possum and stay hidden away from them as long as possible. But eventually the circle is going to force the two teams out of their positions. 38 more seconds. That's how long we've got to wait to see the engagement between those two teams, because I feel like both of them are, neither one takes the initiative to move on first. But as I say that, Icon cuts the distance. H2G, just one wall between them, and the guy jumps to his death. What in the world?
Yeah, Jay-Z, that was an awkward, boost up. He, piggybacked on top of him, but Icon's going in. Looks like they're coming out the victors. They're doing quite well. Icon they're starting to feel it. Why not? You know what I mean? Worst case scenario, you're going to catch them off guard, and they did quite well with that one. And Four Eyes, he does have 3 kills, and with 10 kills to Icon, that's exactly what you want to do.
And that's exactly what you don't want to do if you are hard to get.
Touche.
Jumps into right in front of 2 players. But Toda, on the other hand, they get caught in an engagement as well. This is Blacklist International. Once again, 2 Titans going up against each other. Blacklist International. SPF improved so much in the competition. They strike down on Toda, who haven't really shown signs of life just yet. But on the turnaround, Pedro does manage to shut down Zenop. Miro from the back. Ashura still alive and kicking. Needs to circle around. Has got the grenade launcher of all things in his hands to make the biggest of difference. Toda, they catch up with each other. Pedro turns around. One more strike. Fires down on the ground, but still need to deal with the grenade launcher out there on the battlefield. Ashura's just waiting for his timing. And he gets 2 players. Blacklist International still eliminated. All thanks to Yaro, who approaches from the back. And now Toda going to be in trouble because No Escape Revolt drops by to wrap things up here.
Oh, he started to clean him up. Peter was just hiding. He was knocked on in that corner, in that tent, just trying to stay alive. But Zach, last remaining member of Todak. Mind you, this is almost must win for them. They need points. They are in desperate need of just some sort of motivation, but Zach just trying to stay alive. He's going to run into Let's Go, keeping it very close at this point as they have 3 members. They go in, they eliminate Todak 4.
This is the guy. This is the team that I wanted to see step it up on this matchup, on this map, and it looks like we are getting a good dose of SAF out there. No revival for their 4th player, but it doesn't matter. Geek Fam's going to hold on to that final circle. I like the patience and the strategy from Geek Fam, sending in 2 scouts first, and then Hakimi and Hazik joining them a little bit later on. The battle is going to be between Hawkeye and Geek Fam initially, just so that he can get that recon information to see exactly how many players are on the other side. Once again, no information from the kill feed at all that they can deal with. Jim Quest shuts down Let's Go. SAF lose yet another crucial play. That nade bounces right back. McCrory, M1887, just needs to turn this corner around the glue wall.
Oh, he glue walled himself.
RV, they glue wall themselves outside of the circle. Time trying to pull down my McCrory. M1887 still hasn't been able to pop off just yet. He needs to catch up with Hawkeye. Geek Fam doing the damage from afar. And SAF now, Vincent between 2 teams. Finally, McCrory responds. Love be taken out, all thanks to McCrory as well as Hakimi. But this is the GG. Geek Fam, they'll secure this booyah for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 members. It's just a matter of time. And yes, they do secure it. There was 4 versus 1. No real chance. Geek Fam deserved that one, considering that they have all 4 members there. Not really much you could do, especially since the other 2 teams are fighting. And Geek Fam was like, hey, actually, we have the numbers, but this is going to be the easiest one for us. We'll just vulture as many kills as we can. Congratulations to Geek Fam on that booyah. Danny, your thoughts on this one?
I mean, this seemed like a pretty straightforward booyah for Geek Fam. I was looking at the map, and they were basically just chilling in the top right-hand corner. Everyone else was killing each other, but they were just chilling. They just waited for everyone to eliminate everyone else. Yeah. Everyone was extremely wounded. And then Geek Fam just decided to come in, all right, guys, thanks for the booyah. Boom. so simple.
And at this point, you surely will have the bosses of Sem9 scratching their head, wondering why in the world did we invest in these boys, and then have them perform like that out there on the battlefield. Because Sem9, one of the supreme teams outside, yeah, exactly. You know, as I talk about them, that's a good emo to pull out, because they're clowning around out there on the battlefield. Sem9 needs to step it up. They need to make their bosses proud. They need to make sure that they prove to the world that they are one of the best acquisitions, because Sem9 basically acquired the previous team of GeekFam, and the GeekFam that you see now out there is pretty much the patched up version of the OG GeekFam that was in participation at MCP Majors Season 1. And for them to make a comeback and still do so much better than Sem9, who has had all of the time out there in the recent tournaments, it, quite honestly, is unacceptable of Sem9.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were disappointed with how the lineup sort of came into Season 4 of the MCPS Majors. We had expectations. I think we all confidently said top 4 easily for Sem9. And look at where we are now. They're nowhere near top 4. The team is not performing like a team that should deserve top 4. So it leaves us wondering, like, should we just sort of give up on this team?
GeekFam's like, thanks for taking them, brother.
He did us a favor.
Let's move on.
Oh, God.
Right.
Oh no! I mean, I'm a little bit sad, but let's move on to some of the other teams. I mean, we had GeekFam that actually managed to grab a big booyah, but who else do we think were massive winners in that matchup just now?
I think SAF definitely. I know, because they have always struggled when it comes to the purgatory place, and that's one of the main things that I wanted them to do. Because overall on the leaderboard, they do fine. But you can't be one of the teams that struggles in a couple of maps and then gets to the grand finals to expect anything bigger for yourself, right?
Yeah.
So with them stepping up on Purgatory, I think that was a huge play. And kudos to SAF for being able to secure that for themselves. Because so far, whenever they play at Purgatory, we've seen them kind of score, 20-ish points, barely reaching the 30-point mark. And I feel like they've been able to pretty much do that today.
Hola, do you think there's any other teams that sort of won playing this round?
I think Icon and Nosuke Revolt, right? I think that those are the two teams that are really struggling for points, and they did have something that they can build off of. That was a pretty decent game for both of them. I think they got it, in terms of kills. They were trying to make things happen, and that's exactly what you want to do, especially when you're on the bottom. You're trying to get as many points as possible. You're basically just scratching at the bottom of the barrel for anything, and you'll take those scraps.
Yeah.
I could totally agree with Icon. I think Icon ended the round with like 10 kills, which is very rare for that team already.
Yes.
So with that number of kill points, placement points for a bonus at that point. So Icon, very happy with their performance. I think this is a team that no one's really looking at right now.
Yeah.
And maybe they could be one of the teams sort of coming in with as a surprise and being like, hey, we've been here the whole time. We're finally here. They just suddenly turned up to this party. But I like seeing this, right? These teams that no one's really been focusing on to sort of suddenly appear and actually become a legitimate threat for that top 12 placing. Yeah. It really lights a fire under all the other teams that are currently at the bottom of the ranking, right? They're saying we're not safe anymore. And I like this, right? The pressure pushes everyone forward. Sorry, AJ, what was that?
No. I was just agreeing with you all the way through, right? Like some of the teams down there at the bottom, though, like if they kind of feel threatened with the uprising of some of these smaller teams, then they have to just figure out a strategy for themselves. So you see Pando EWG, they're not like the most dominant team out there on the battlefield. They understand what their downfall is. It's the combat. They are not good when it comes to fighting some of the other teams out there on the battlefield. Therefore, they avoid combat. They just look for that circle. They look for those perfect opportunities to take those gunfights, and look at how that has served them overall. They sit down in the 5th spot. That's the last placement that we saw them sitting down in. So, you got to be a Pando EWG if you want to be able to get some points out there, even if you've got weaknesses on your side.
Got to do whatever it takes to win. And we can see some of these teams really making the most of that. But we are going to move on to our stats for the round. Any nominations for the MVP for this round? Someone that has played phenomenally. And it's not in the case of just kills, but someone that has benefited their team by simply their action.
Gee, I don't know. I think they were just pretty much normal gameplays out there. Nobody really stood out too much to me this time around.
Agreed. Yeah. I don't think that there was anybody who's like the MVP, you know what I mean? Like, it's like 8 kill monster or whatever. That was it was kind of spread around, which is not to take anything away from the teams. It's just that the parity of skill is actually very close, right? So nobody in that game especially kind of really stuck out to me.
Agreed.
We're going to find out in just a second who's going to get the MVP for this round. So we will see it in a couple seconds. It's actually going to be from No Escape Revolt. We've got Jimka's actually getting the MVP. 4 kills to his name, 900 damage. This is on the lower end of the spectrum, but 57.8% accuracy. This is incredibly high.
Yeah. And, you know, if you're a sniper, if you're using the Charge Buster, if you get anything lower than this accuracy, you need to question your life decisions and maybe change your gun. But to get 900 damage in 4 kills, yeah, that is impressive. That is efficiency right there on the battlefield.
Definitely efficiency, but I mean, as an MVP, that's probably the lowest damage I've seen, right? I think he's just stealing at this point. But
I think so, yeah. It is pretty low, actually. MVP team for the round is going to be going into the pocket of Icon here. So yes, they did end the round with those 10 kills. They finished the middle of the barrel. That's fine. That's assists. So they got 6 points for their placement points. So yeah, they finished in the middle of the middle of the pack. I mean, if I was Icon, I'd be pretty happy. AJ, do you have the average number of points that Icon picks up per round?
Which map?
Sorry.
The Purgatory. Icon Purgatory.
Icon Purgatory, 13 points, 11 points. 13 in week 1, 11 in week 2. So they have more than outdone themselves because in this week, I believe they've picked up a total of 24 points for themselves.
So they basically doubled their past weekly points. Wow, that's a big improvement. But can Icon continue in this manner? That's going to be something we're going to look forward to because we still have 2 more maps after this. But very quickly, here's our current standings. GeekFam, not only do they take the booyah, but they also take that first place for the round with 7 kills totaling to 19 total points. No Escape Revolt, bit of a surprise here, coming in second here with 17 points with 9 kills to their name. And third in that round, Icon is going to be sitting in third with 16 points. SAF in 4th with 15, and then Blacklist International and Todak are going to be tied in 5th and 6th place. Now, unfortunately, the losers for this round, this one's a bit of a surprise. Expand got eliminated so early in the round, and AJ was kind of hyping up Expand, thinking that this was going to be the team to dominate, but
I know,
this round, not so much, but we've still got 2 more rounds after this, but we also have to mention Sem9. This team is really suffering. Now let's take a look at the overall standings for these teams. And as you can see, not much movement here for Expand. I didn't really get many points at all. But I don't think we're looking at any major changes outside of Blacklist taking 4.
Look at also, they're 4th place there. I mean, 2 points behind Farang. Farang has not done all that great today. So this is huge movement by Blacklist International. I mean, they started, I think they were 26 points behind Farang at the start of today. So they've kind of definitely made waves. I mean, being only 2 points behind. But let's talk a little bit about Sem9, the last place team in the last game. And now they're 13th. This is very painful. Sem9, I mean, the start of this weekend, they were what? They were 12th in the 12th spot. Now they're 13th. Yes, they've dropped, but man, like sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. But this weekend, they've been largely bad.
I mean, look at where Icon and No Escape Revolt are. Some people be like, oh, that's 30 points away. Icon are very capable of actually closing that 30-point gap in these next 2 games. We have 2 more games to go. And I think No Escape Revolt, they're also in the running to potentially take that 12th place away. I mean, I'd be terrified, absolutely terrified that they are so close. And this is the 12th spot. This is the cutoff. You cannot go below that cutoff.
Yeah. And but I do, kind of want to echo a little bit of the points that Holla brought up earlier on. Icon as well as No Escape Revolt, I do agree with you, man. I mean, so much done in here on behalf of their own group. They have struggled overall in the competition, but picking up 17 and 16 points, they've outdone their own performance. But the biggest problem here, just like NC, is they get to hit some high notes and then they go flat out throughout the competition. And, that's what I don't want to see out of Icon as well as No Escape, including SAF there as well. We need to see more consistency. I don't expect 20-point rounds whatsoever. You give me 10, I'm a happy man.
I was going to say yes, 10 is very realistic for these teams. Or who knows, they might overperform yet again. They might still have a little bit more gas in the tank for this week. But of course, we are going to jump into our second game for this grouping. It's A versus C. And after this, we are going to have a do-over, if some people want to say that, as we are going to have another Alpine round after this. But let's jump into this game 20 seconds before the teams start flying down to their chosen drop points. AJ, Hauler, take it away for this group.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on into Alpine, I guess, big question is going to be whether or not we see Expand bounce right back. But we also know the Supreme Assault Forces, SAF, does fantastic whenever they drop by in Alpine. So they are going to be one of the top contenders for the top spot. Blacklist International and Geek Fam are, hot shots when it comes to this map as well. So we can expect those teams to rise to the occasion. But my bigger question is obviously going to be, where is Sem9 going to fit into the storyline here, Holla?
Yeah, they need to just gotta get themselves a little bit of momentum, right? This is not the last game. You have one more game after this one. So getting some points alleviates a lot of the pressure going into that final match. So Sem9 really need to go someplace, in my opinion, a little bit safe. They decide not to. They go right into base camp, right up against ORV, and it looks like they're going to just hot drop into this one, and the skirmish or the fights are going to begin from minute 1.
Let's see if or not the players of Sem9 can survive ORV. ORV might not be the biggest of threat out there on the battlefield. In fact, they are one of the smallest threats in terms of their combat capability. But against Sem9, who, are not really that far away in terms of kill points. I believe they only have about 11 more kills than them in the overall leaderboard. They might just struggle a little bit. Bloody Head, they get stuck in an early engagement against Axis, and Voidface is going to have none of that. He backs away, says bye-bye to the rest of the team, and he wants to play the game of survival. Good plan, because Axis, I believe, will be on fire in this round and quite difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and they're going to take that first kill. Morgana, on the other hand, just out already. Bloody Head at a bit of a disadvantage to start this one off. I mean, losing that first member, a little unlucky maybe, but it is what it is at this point. You still have time. Now it's a matter of just kind of salvaging what you can as Morgana's back up. But now you need to distribute weapons, make sure that everybody's got utility here, but there's really not a whole lot of space. Axis is right around the corner. Mark definitely hears this. He's going to stay still, at least for now. Axis is going to find most of this looted, but Mark, can he salvage this? Can he survive?
Well, he turns around, Flame. UMP not going to do much. But Raph with the Mag 7, he is all surrounded. And, oh, look at them clapping and dancing on him as he bleeds out. I guess that's one way to finish off your opponent.
Okay, all right. I think that was a little unnecessary, Axis Esports. I mean, if you were top dog, maybe I could see that. But it's just one guy. You haven't even wiped the squad. I mean, at what point are you kind of like, come on, man?
I guess that shows the state of mind of the team, man. They are happy with even just one kill. They're like, whoa, we can celebrate now. Axis Esports. I don't know. Why would you put your benchmark so low? I think you can do slightly better than that. I mean, maybe dancing after you get close to the Booyah level, you get a knock in that final circle and then dance around before you eliminate the final guy. Maybe. Not so early in the game. But we can see if or not Axis Esports gets punished for that play, because Bloody Heads, they have managed to play the game of survival so far. Sem9 on the other hand, engaging with ORV. And guess who falls first? It's Sem9, surprisingly enough. But thankfully, Raja has got the double revolver. Man04 with the backup as well. Has got the mini Uzi in hand. Sprays down the opponents. Shot peeks out, but he runs straight back away as Raja now gets sprayed down. He is that eliminator. 3 kills, quadra for Raja to hold on to the dominance at this base point. And it looks like the team of ORV just weren't ready, although they did get that very first frag.
Yeah, that was actually well played by Sem9 there. Just being able to go in, dual pistols, doing it John Woo style. Raja right there, catching people off guard. He is a sniper with those things. I mean, they didn't really have much of a chance. And the fact that they eliminated him early is actually playing it to the T. Sem9 needed those points. They got what they wanted. Now let's build off of this. We've got 4 strong. Let's continue on with this. SAF, on the other hand, they're going to be somewhat near Expand. They do need to be careful. Expand, on the other hand, have been largely quiet. I mean, the last game, they had a bit of a poor showing. They want to do much better than that. They need need to catch up to AV Radicals in terms of the leaderboard. But other than that, I mean, it's just a matter of making sure that you're in a great position so that you can kind of capitalize on that as they look to take on SAF coming up.
What else can they do out there on the battlefield? You'll just have to wait and see. SAF, slow movements in, circle slowly closing in on them. And if they move straight from Ocean View into Forest Red, they are going to get caught out here by Expand, who I'm very sure are hungry for some points, but hard to get. Just parking his car by the beach, going out for a stroll. Maybe some sun tanning here. Ay, 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 ay. But here comes the Riptide Rhythm ripping down his glue wall. No more protection for him. Yet another one, Batman. Short life gets snuffed out.
Oh man, they shot his, they blew up his Batmobile and then they killed Batman. I mean, like, when does that ever happen in the movies? I mean, he's completely out, no real chance there, but unfortunate for them, hard to get. He was completely out, wide out in the open. He was doing Batman things with no friends, no teammates, no parents. Sorry if that was a little uncalled for.
Yeah. No escape, Ripple. Just need to find more kills, but hard to get. Don't want to have anything to do with them. They rotate away. They want to play a game of survival. Sem9 versus Geek Fam. This hot battle might happen once again. Sem9 might just have the biggest fight on their hands, and this is pretty much an ego battle. Ex-Geek Fam versus current Geek Fam. In the form of Sem9, you've got the ex-Geek Fam. Current Geek Fam are the boys who took a long break after some stuff happened from the side of MCP Majors Season 1, and now they are right back to show that they've got what it takes to take this all the way. They rotate away from Sem9 just to meet up, just to catch up with some old-time friends in the name of Axis Esports. Raph drives straight towards them. Hazik for the tag already. Now that information is given away, Hazik gets the strike onto Vegeta. Raph repositions with Neptune to flank around from the right-hand side against Geek Fam. This setup is perfect, and Bloody Head from the back as well. Therefore, Geek Fam is trapped. They have nowhere else to run. They thought they've got the flank against the players of Axis, but guess who's got the backs of Axis? The one and only Bloody Head.
A Raph right here in Neptune. I thought it was going to be a little bit brazen right there with that car just driving around, going with the flanks, splitting yourself off from the team. But Geek Fam, they actually rotate here, but Bloody Head are on the other side. So that could actually play to Axis Esports' advantage, especially since they do have a little bit of a spread and they do have that vision, but they're playing it safe. They're not ambushing inside the building. They're seeing who wants to peek out. Geek Fam are definitely within the vicinity, and how they play this one. Do they go out? And it looks like they're going to get a couple shots here. He's not going to see this one. He's actually shooting his feet. Yasta, on the other hand, getting a little bit low. Does need to be a little bit careful here, but Neptune just getting some pot shots here. But Geek Fam are not leaving the building. No real way to go. But that grenade, okay.
Just tags him up, almost takes him out, but very timely first aid kit moment. That medkit will be put to good use. Geek Fam will not be pressured as Bloody Head does not rush in to take that backstab, be the third party. Yasta put down onto the ground. Vegeta from afar manages to use that woodpecker to perfection. Raph, on the other hand, against Apis. And this is always going to work. The star player of Axis Esports with that Mag 7 turns around to make sure his opponent does not get away. And Axis Esports, Neptune picked up, Hazik bleeding out. This is all thanks to Raph.
Very well played there. Very, very well played. And you were kind of just saying, oh, Raph needs to step up. He needs to step up. And yeah, he stepped up in that one. But it looks like Blacklist International, they're going to be in a bit of a skirmish with SAF.
Yep, and Blacklist is going to get eliminated with the final play of Fires here as he runs away. So sliver of health left, gets into the car gets blown up. Fires gets sent to Kingdom Come, back to the lobby. And SAF, they are waking up truly out there on the battlefield.
They needed those points. It's actually massive for them. Sem9, on the other hand, they're going to look to find Bloody Head. Bloody Head have 0 kills, but Sem9 are looking around. They've got the elevation. They have the vision. They do know that they're coming in, but how are they going to proceed with this one?
How are they going to proceed? Sem9 P3 drop down to the ground, but Voidface and Kaloy traded out. Fantastic play so far. Bloody Heads 2v3. Raja's still alive, but the players are all on half HP. One more shot can put Orin down on the ground, but they lose both Morgana as well as Kaloy. Bleeding out, could not be saved. Mark gets taken out, and Bloody Head leave the battlefield with a Bloody Head.
Oh, started to feel it. Sem9, they're starting to do it. They've got 8 kills. This is exactly what you want. They've eliminated 2 teams as well. So Sem9 really needing that boost have gotten it. This is the team. This is the perfect start to their game. Yes, it's 10 minutes, but they're in a great position. Loot the next set of bodies, move on, try to find out what you can do in the next piece as you get into the mid game here. But Axis Esports, they're going to look to skirmish again with Sem9. They do have a little bit of it in terms of numbers, but Axis Esports, are they going to be able to get the flank? Can they get the right one? Can Sem9 survive? They're the team leaders in terms of kills.
Leaders in terms of kills most surely can get you that adrenaline boost that you need. Axis Esports Rimingov gets him. Oi, who took down Orin? Vegeta, high ground advantage, flanks around from the right. What a play by Axis. And this all of a sudden has gotten its head turned around. Flame down on the ground. Man of 4 responds with a charge bust. The Neptune steps on in. Max 7 needs to turn this corner and he gets that shot. Fantastic play. Vegeta down on the ground though. Sem9 snuffed out. All thanks to that flank held on by Vegeta a little bit earlier on. Or Vegeta or Neptune. I forgot who, but whoever it was, that was the play that made it possible.
Yeah, and oh man, you talk up one team and then Axis comes in, cleans them up. Now they've got 9 kills, so that's actually perfect for them. But Geek Fam taking some shots here. Do need to be careful. Icon have been largely quiet. They've been just kind of bunkering down, fortifying this area. They're right next to the windmill, but they're kind of sandwiched between 2 teams. They have no room to maneuver. Yes, they have some decent angles, but look at this. Geek Fam, Masta all the way at the top. Appease is up here as well, and this is going to be hard to deal with. You've got the guys on top. You've got the guys across the, in the next building all the way down the road. So these are an awkward situation. How do you cover all of the different angles?
Let's see exactly what they do to kind of deal with this. A double stack. I don't know what these boys on the side of Geek Fam are doing on top here. But, they call for that airdrop. And they will be able to suit up and get ready for a super battle in a little bit. McRory, good grenade. I believe he's got a grenade launcher on him that I thought I saw earlier on, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure we'll eventually see it if he does have it on him. Spark! Sure as heck has a grenade launcher. Hasn't used it just yet. Let's go. Turns around. AC-80, too sharp, too good. Exact down on the ground. And now, the guy who holds on to the grenade launcher down on the ground as well. Toda cannot afford this. Let's go take the fight straight up to them. Spark down. And let's go. Just going half against the players of Toda. And that's about it. Expand from across. They steal away the kills. They steal the kills from the hands of SAF, and now Expand, they want to take SAF as well. Expand's on fire. Pedro's still alive on the side of Toda, and he gets a little bit of revenge before Expand gets there, and he forces SAF to get away, and the players of Expand now have a pot shot capability against Pedro. And nade out of nowhere. I don't even know how McRory tossed that in. Cobra slowed down. Pedro survives. This 3-way fight is not going to be good for Toda.
Oh gosh, and it looks like Pedro's all by himself, runs into Expand, who had heard this one. They heard the call. SAF was just throwing grenades from afar, and they actually picked off somebody else. But now SAF versus Expand. The Axel's so very far right now. Are they able to draw a bead on anybody? McCrory, he's trying to get he does have the high ground, so that's a little bit of an advantage. They're going to look to just retreat, considering that I think they realize that their numbers are a little bit dwindled in that sense. Yeah. They're down to 3 members. They're getting to the far side of this warehouse. Expand are making their way in. The drops are starting to be there, but Expand, are they able to pick off the rest of SAF?
Hawkeye, good prone. X-Roy's not going to catch him just yet. 1 nade. Can't sort this out, but the guy has none. X-Roy only has his sniper to depend on. Hawkeye has got the Woodpecker in hand, but 2v1. Hawkeye doesn't stand a chance. Gets sprayed down by X-Roy too quick. Hawkeye should have ran away instead. And now Yadop as well as McRory getting that done. Yadop down on the ground. It is no escape revolt from across that takes advantage. Yasta shuts down Neptune from the side of Axis. X-Roy, all about accuracy. Spots the shoulder, doesn't spot the head. Cobra on the other hand, CQC combat specialist. Time turner pulled out by McRory. Tried to dodge, but it's a 2-way combat. Too fast, steps on in, gets sprayed down. Cobra finally gets that revenge. Picks too fast up, and the rest of the players from the side of No Escape Revolt try to rotate around all of this chaos. They do not want anything to do with these players, and they've got the circle. Axis Esports on the other hand outside. Icon takes the fight up, too hard to get. Eddie with the trip mine takedown. 4 eyes down on the ground. They'll pick him up as quickly as he went down. Axis, as they try to storm the front of Icon, will have Geek Fam to deal with right behind them, but Geek Fam still holding on to that high ground advantage, and I don't know what they're going to do with that advantage.
Yeah, not really much you can do. I mean, they do know that they're there. Access Esports are on the bottom. Eventually, I don't know if they're going to go into this building or they're going to wait for the next circle because they're safe from where they are, and there's definitely nobody on the outside, so that they realize that the angle is fine. Now, how they proceed on this one, where do they go? Access Esports have to be careful of that circle. Icon looks like they're getting flushed out of that building. They do need to be, very cautious, or they go all in at once, figure out where they're going to go in for this one. But RV Revolt, on the other hand, they're looking to fight. Nice grenade to start things off. Roy's been knocked.
GG.
That's a pretty big start to this one. They do have numbers. The Axel's on all the way on the other flank, throwing out some more grenades.
Another one. I think this is fantastic, man. JimQuest down on the ground once again. All thanks not just to those grenades, but the ice grenades as well. The frag grenades did the damage. Ice grenades kind of did the full damage. Oh, bye-bye, boys. Oi! Knocked himself down onto the ground.
Oh, that was sick. He went to the high ground. It was the easiest one. They were just like in that basket. There was 3 of them, and he'll just happily take that one. Clip that, because you just got a highlight, my friend.
Yeah, but X-Pan, they don't really get punished for that mistake made by Tupa. You can't blame him. I mean, it was a very awkward angle. I mean, good ideation to take that high ground advantage and pop the players from up top. But Raf now, from the side of Axis, he does have the grenade launcher to kind of neutralize the power in terms of combat capability from the side of Too Fast. Now, 2 more teams left out there on the battlefield. It's going to be Axis versus Expand in the open grounds battle. But from afar, it is Expand that secures the booyah.
They stumbled in the last game. They got like 3 or so points, and they came back even stronger. They get the booyah, and this is what you want from the top team, right? You have a bad game, you just pick yourself back off, dust yourself off, you're fine. Expand with the booyah there. Danny, your thoughts on that game?
It's good to see them back. The boys are back. I was a little concerned, but they're finally back. They are kicking butt just like we expected them to. And are they going to keep kicking butt? Are they going to close that God-forsaken gap? I think they can. I think today is the day where we see a new king on that throne. And here's the thing. I want to see it because that's going to light a fire in AV Radicals going into next week. So here's the thing, right? These teams already automatically qualify going into the grand final. So you're probably thinking like, okay, well, what's the big deal about trying to take first place? It's still $2,000 for that first place. So you're still kind of wanting to put your finger out to at least try to secure that first place. I don't think they have to go through extreme measures to take that first place, but it's still something going into the grand final. I mean, if you've been sitting on the throne for the majority of the tournament and then you suddenly get knocked off during the last week, I think you'd be a little disgruntled seeing that you're no longer first. So who knows? It's going to be up to Expand if that happens, but it's good to see signs of life in this team, that they weren't simply one-hit wonders, which is what I was kind of thinking last week.
Might not happen here in week 3 in terms of them taking that #1 spot away. Could have been a possibility if they did not bomb out in Purgatory and just pick up 2 points for themselves.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate there. Luck just wasn't on their side. But this time around, they do phenomenally well. And I just want to see them step this gameplay up once again on the final round available at Alpine. Because if they can do that, at the very least, they kind of bridge that gap pretty well, right? I think they've picked out more than 20 from this round. If they can pick up yet another 20, then they just have 1 super solid booyah away from catching up with AV Radicals.
Yeah, it's going to end up being a race going into that last week next week. Yeah. But we've got 1 more game to go, right? So it's now down to Expand to be able to close that gap even further, get their horse right into that race neck and neck with AV Radicals. And then I think next week's going to be the do or don't, whether they take that first place or not. But Paula, I want to hear your thoughts about that match that just concluded. Outside of the fact that Expand are kind of back, I say kind of because we're not 100% sure yet, were there any teams that you feel did not perform to your expectations? Because we do need to remember there are a lot of teams in the running that need these points.
I mean, nobody really stuck out in that sense. I think that everybody got more points, right? Like, it was one of those things where I thought Sem9 needed points. They got points, right? Icon needed points. They got points. Revolt. So I think it was a nice mix. It was one of those things where you didn't have like an AV Radicals just taking 25 kills or whatever in that match and just take everything away. It was more spread out, which is great. And that's what you want to see, especially for like the Icons and the No Escape Revolts of the world.
But we've got a remake, right?
Yes, we
We've
do.
got one more Alpine to go, and that's going to conclude the rest of this week. Are there any teams that are looking to completely do over this round where things could have gone a little bit better, but they flopped in that round that happened to them?
I think ORV as well as No Escape Revolt, they can do slightly better for themselves in terms of stepping up their gameplay. Obviously, both of these teams are in not the brightest or not the best of spots in the overall leaderboard. And if they don't start hustling this week, we might just find it a little bit too late for them to get anything done next week. And we are on the very final match of the day. So even this match is actually a little bit too late already. But, better late than never, I guess.
Unless you can sprout roots and start growing a tree like a certain
Like
team.
Orange.
Oranges. They're not playing now, sadly, but we'll see that magic happen next week maybe. But maybe another team's going to pull off an Orange esports. I don't think it's going to be exclusively just an Orange thing. I think there are absolutely some teams that are capable of really sticking their finger out when it matters. It's, I guess, like something that's probably similar to this is when we were all back at school and you had that assignment that was due. And you sort of left it to the last minute, and then you start racing. You're like, oh God, I got to get this done. You're finishing all night, and you hand it in the next morning. And I mean, it's a good and bad feeling.
I'm shocked that you only did that as a kid. I still do it as an adult.
I do sometimes. Sometimes I try and get out of that habit because it's very stressful, especially when you get older. Stress is not good. I learned it.
Definitely agree.
Moving forward, because we are about to jump into our final game of the day. We've got some overall stats here for the round. Again, this is not something out of the ordinary. We're not looking at any extraordinary stats, but we are going to take a look at our MVP player in just a second. Is there anyone else that sort of deserves the MVP, or are we just sort of we're going with the usual here?
I think the usual, right? When you've got 6 kills, I think that's the threshold. I think 4 and below, you're kind of like, could it be somebody else? But I think, 5 or 6 and above, obviously, I think Raf really deserved this one. Axis Esports really needing those points and those kills. They got them. But how much in terms of damage, or did he kill steal? All these things that we're going to have to find out, considering Axis didn't have the highest of placements. So it's going to be interesting. Do they win the team MVP?
Yeah. AJ?
Well, apart from Raf, I don't think anybody else kind of stepped it up on the battlefield. Raf we were hoping and praying that he kind of just steps up his gameplay, because he showed up strong in week 1. In week 2, he was there as well, dealing the damage. But for me, overall, this guy just truly shined in week 1. And then, I haven't really been, very amazed by his plays. Even today, he got 6 kills, but I'm not blown away just yet. I think I know Raf has got more in his arsenal of plays. But Axis overall, they just have had very bad calls, very, terrible positions that they've held, and, just not really going in for the right engagements at the right time, not rotating well as well. So I guess the kind of situations that as a team Axis gets involved in, Raf hasn't been able to really shine. But hopefully it's different in the future.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, maybe it's also the team blending in with everybody else.
Yeah.
Because at some point, like, if you don't have those fantastic plays, you're just there. You're not a star. You're not sticking out. You're just like everybody else. But we are going to be giving the team MVP here to Axis Esports. I mean, the team's nailed 13 kills for the round. They had 9 assists, 5,900 damage. Now, this is quite small.
Definitely. I mean, you saw the MVP from Raf. I mean, did you see that number? 1337 lead. Let's go. Yeah. I mean, they got that point. So, I mean, the team deserves it, right? When one of your guys is getting that many points and the MVP, it wasn't the highest amount of damage, but nonetheless, when you've got 13 kills, that's going to put you on the map.
All right. So it looks like the current standings are ready. Let's take a look and see what the gap is looking like after this. So Axis, yes, they didn't get the booyah, but they did take 13 kills for the round, which means they finished with 22 points. This is some nice little chunk of points here for Axis. And mind you, they are only 1 point ahead of Expand, who was the team that got the booyah. They do take home 21 points. That further closes the gap between them and AV Radicals for first place. Icon, bit of a shocker. This team is starting to really put their finger out there. 14 points for this round. I'm already impressed. They've still got another round to go. So another opportunity for points. Sem9, They got 8 kills, right? I mean, they only got 2 placement points, but I'm going to focus more on these kills here. Sem9, I think this team is starting to make a bit of a comeback. They're realizing that, okay, we are really not safe. So we're starting to see Sem9 wake up here. SAF and No Escape Revolt, these guys, pretty much the same thing. We're starting to see a lot of these teams wake up. The only real big losers ended up being Todak, Bloody Head, ORV X-Men, and Blacklist International. Now, overall standings, AV Radicals are still leading with a sizable lead. So it looks like, my maths is correct, about 50-ish points. 49? Is that 49 points?
No big difference between 49 and 50, Danny.
I'm trying to... Look, here's the thing.
It matters, man. Get it as accurate as possible.
I did not enjoy maths at school, and I still don't enjoy it as an adult. So anyways, okay. So the chances of Expand taking over AV Radicals, AJ, I think I agree with your statement earlier, right? There's like no way that it happens today. I don't think we've seen a team ever claim 50 points in a round. But I could be jinxing it. Who knows? I don't think so, because I think the whole lobby would have to sacrifice themselves to Expand to make that happen. So I think next week, possible. But as long as they close the gap, totally fine.
Take note on that, though, is that, yeah, it's the 50 points, but X-Man is actually going to play 31 games. So AV Radicals, I mean, they have the advantage, plus they have the least amount of games. So AV Radicals, even if they were surpassed, they should be fine going into the last weekend.
But here's another surprising thing, right? So Blacklist are in 4th place. That last round, they got nothing. They should have taken over Farang for that last round, but because they ended up with a donut, I mean...
They had 2 points to get the job done.
2 points, and they got nil.
Nothing.
I mean, look, here's the thing. They've got another round to go, right? We got back to Alpine again, so everyone's got a bit of a reset. You got another chance to get points. But I mean, if you're Blacklist, like at least try and get those 2 points.
If you're Blacklist, you gotta do at least better than ORV. That's the benchmark right here. I think ORV getting 1 point more than Blacklist in that round is nothing short of an insult to the brand. So we need to see them step it up. I mean, they've got mechanical skills, but of course, a little bit of luck involved in there as well, because they took that drop a little bit too prematurely and they spotted out another team. And, you know, 50-50 situation. They barely had any guns. They barely had any medkits on them. So game of survival got extremely difficult. But hopefully in this final one, Danny, we see some signs of miracle.
I suspect they'll avoid conflict going into this match. But who knows? You know, Blacklist, they're a very volatile team. They can do whatever they want. We will not judge their decisions. But, of course, this is our last game of the day. It is match number 7. It is Group A versus Group C. Now, there are a couple teams that really need points for this round, and we're going to find out in just a second who is going to claim them. 25 seconds on the clock before these teams drop. I'm going to pass it over to AJ and Hauler to take over this game. Gentlemen, good luck and have fun for our last game of the day.
Thank you, Danny. We're in the final game. This is A versus C. We've seen the rise of Expand. Are they able to catch up to AV Radicals? Is Sem9 able to consistently stick in with the points? Or is Icon a team that is forgettable, not going to get in the top 12? We're going to find out most of this stuff as it sets us up for the final weekend. This is, of course, going to be the last match of the day. But AJ, I mean, this is the last one where we made it, so to speak. But which of the teams do you like, at least for this final game?
Ooh, Expand. I just want to see a team challenge AV Radicals, and it looks like Expand has got the most consistent quality out there for me to kind of depend on to take the fight up against them. Obviously, it's not gonna make any difference whatsoever for the grand finals, but in terms of morale boost for Expand, I think it'll do them a lot of good. They need to prove their worth down here at the group stages in itself before we head on there. And what a way to start things off, to take on SAF, who have been on fire today.
Yeah, a bit of a hot start, so to speak. But SAF, I don't know if they actually know that Expand are within, okay, as I say that, they do get some shots in. They do see them. But this is going to be a bit of a weird fight because everybody's so spread out, right? I don't think Hawkeye has the complete intel of every single member. But ORV, RV, they're going right at it, again. I mean, these two teams have been, like, duking it out almost all day today.
Let's see if or not ORV can snuff out the players of No Escape Revolt. The angles held on here by Jan is good, but he, instead of going on for a further flank towards the left, runs to catch up with the rest of his team members. Now, that's probably the worst decision ever as he gets knocked down onto the ground. He should have just held on to his position and, in fact, played that advantage, but he puts himself at a disadvantage. Very interesting strategy.
I don't need that advantage. I want to play with a disadvantage. I want to, I want to make this difficult for me, right? I'm just gonna bring up the difficulty level. Just, make sure that this is a highlight. No, it's probably the wrong way to play this one.
I mean, I sometimes just really wonder what's going on in the minds of these boys out there on the battlefield. Sem9, very early on, they've picked up a couple of kills for themselves already. Literally just a couple, just 2. But let's see if they can streak themselves up a little bit more and hopefully not bomb out this time around. I mean, earlier on 8 kills and then just 2 placement points. That must have hurt Holler.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, look at Hawkeye eliminated here. Cobra, I don't know if they're going to wrap around. McCrory, he should have spotted him in the corner of his eye. I mean, he's sticking around, but he's going to look to pop over that window, excuse me. Cobra sticking it in. I think he's waiting for reinforcements, and there we go.
Oh, but this turn here, Yado almost going out to catch him. But Cobra, the patience, the trigger discipline by Cobra is just phenomenal. Just waits for his timing, too fast as well. Backs away now. Catches up with his brother, and 2 players now from the back. They take the backstab. Let's go. Runs away. Nobody has their eyes on him, and Too Fast allows him to get away, which means SAF, even as they lose McCrory, they will be right back in this matchup. No issues whatsoever.
Yeah, McCrory was sticking around in the corner. He was just kind of making sure that he wasn't going to be flanked. They split off, and it looks like, McCrory actually gets the knock onto Too Fast. Too Fast thought there was nobody left here. And he's going to hide in that corner, but Expand, how are they going to proceed on this one? McCrory's he does have the vision. He's going to run away, and they kind of have a delta split, so to speak. Lesgo went the other way, and so somebody will survive eventually. But McCrory throws up the glue wall. He's going to at least pick up probably Too Fast. No, he's going to go for Cobra instead.
Cobra. This is a good setup, but losing Too Fast. McCrory can do the damage here. No glue walls pulled out just yet as the resuscitation continues for the side of Expand.
Oh, Cobra now.
Cobra knocked down again. McCrory's just on fire.
He's a great player. I mean, I think he's one of the highest. He's got the most kills on SAF. Yeah. So this is a guy that you got to be careful about. And Cobra going down there, that's going to be pretty huge. McCrory's still on the high ground. Expand Too Fast is going to look to ambush. And no! McCrory with the outplay.
Mag 7, close quarters combat, as the animation of him hopping out of the window doesn't allow him to take any shots whatsoever. McCrory uses that to his advantage. What a smart play. Just forces Too Fast to make that mistake. And now, Axel holding on for his dear life. SAF initially thought that they needed to run out of this compound, but they should be able to shut down Expand now. Expand, fantastic attack by Axel. Yado down and out. As SAF tries to bet their lives in this engagement against Expand, I guess they shouldn't have gone all in. And it looks like McCrory will lose his life in a couple of seconds. Let's go. We saw him trying to get out of the compound earlier on, but he stopped halfway through as the players of Expand were being expanded by his team members. And ORV, what a surprise. Taken down by No Escape Revolt. Okay, I'm not supposed to be surprised with that one. But SAF still alive and kicking, and now McCrory finally sprayed down. This is a GG. SAF turned the tides and then has the tides turned right back on them. What an unfortunate situation. What an unfortunate breakdown of events.
Yeah, these two teams have been going at it, right? In and out, lost the vision on that one. Lesgo is going to just loot as much as he can, but there's only 2 members of SAF still alive. Hawkeye, Lesgo are looking to just, take as much loot, get out of there. They got to find out the rest of the team. Expand, on the other hand, it seemed a little awkward. I thought they knew that there were 2 members there from SAF, but instead they just kind of split off and they left each other alone and isolated, which is a bit of a problem. Geek Fam, on the other hand, getting shot at here by Bloody Head.
Bloody Head, slow approach, Geek Fam. Oh, what a timely time turner, as well as blue wall response by Apis. Premature shots allows Apis to take down Mark. You wouldn't expect Mark to make mistakes like that. Yasta from afar, Morgana down on the ground. Whiteface straights out Hakimi. Not shooting at the right players here. Yasta should be able to finish off Morgana. And no response at all from the players of Bloody Head, as Morgana and Mark get taken out of the equation. Kaloy and Whiteface, they've got a motorcycle to work with, and they buzz out of there. They should be able to bring their partners right back into the matchup. Oh, there's a revival point in here as well in the high tier loot zone, so a lot of damage, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, just more utility more than anything else. And yeah, you're wasting some time. But it's, again, the first storm. Very little damage, negligible if anything. So they're going to just continue to get their teammates back up. And I think at the end, that's not the worst thing in the world for Bloody Head, realizing that they were actually down players, right? And Geek Fam will make their way across, not continue to wipe out that team. They're going to look to proceed to the north. But it looks like RV right now, they've been fighting almost all game. Like H2G right here, 4 bids, very low.
I hope this does not continue for No Escape, because they can barely stock up on all of their artillery, all of their resources to get into that final circle. If you get caught in combat after combat, it's just an eventual moment where you are going to get taken down and out of the equation. No Escape Revolt, the timing there was pretty perfect, but instead of taking the shot, they just jump through the window and lose that opportunity. Batman, oh, what a time turner.
That was pretty massive. The rejection, not in this town. But 4bids still sticking around, does know that they're here. But I don't think he knows that the sheer numbers. Xia, on the other hand, has been shot down. Jay-Z providing great cover fire from this high ground.
It is hard to get with a good position. And the players of No Escape Revolt out in the open. High ground advantage for Hard to Get. Spark, Fires, Blacklist, Oda. That engagement's going on off screen, but Hard to Get. They go to town with the players of No Escape Revolt, and it looks like there is no escaping for the team. And this is the problem when you get into engagement after engagement. Barely any resources to sustain your life. Ran out of glue walls, couldn't play the game of defense. Oda, on the other hand, circling around, they are getting ambushed by the players of Blacklist, but they make the decision to turn tails and run here, Holler.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they haven't really found anything. They've been able to not really been able to hit their shot, and Todak are just like, hey, we just need to survive. And I think that that's a smart play. Almost every single team fight they've gotten into, Todak have not won. Their numbers today, very, very low in terms of success rate. It's been very difficult for Todak to get anything going. They need points. They need to get themselves a chance for, next weekend so that they can get into top 12. Zach being wide out in the open, this is a bit of a struggle again for them.
And it looks like Exac can't really move to the left or right. He needs to play the game of chance, expand just one extra glue wall. But the players of Geek Fam caught in a really tough predicament here. X-Roy, look at the approach coming through here from X-Roy and Cobra. Back-to-back glue walls. Yasta, they want to catch him off guard. And X-Roy, the first one there. But Hakimi should be able to attack from the back. He just got baited out by Yasta, but makes the move to back away because Yasta tossed out an ice grenade. If only he didn't do that, Hakimi should have been able to shoot them down from afar. What a misplay by Yasta here, taking away the advantage from his own team members. But XL, on the other end, it is going to be Expand running in as they do not want to deal with the damage of the circle as well. Yasta taken down by Cobra with the Groza from afar. Fantastic equalizer. Hakimi still has that long-range combat capability and can shut down the players of Expand from afar, which they need to deal with. Cobra spots him though. Cobra sees him out in the open. It's going to be Hakimi versus Cobra, and Cobra dealing with all of the damage, dealing with all of the firepower through all of the glue walls. Has got 2 more to work with as he expands his second one. Hakimi tries to take that shot. AWM misses Cobra. He's got the Groza. It's all about the timing. Hakimi swinging around. And 1887, Cobra spots him from afar, covers all of those angles, and takes down Hakimi. Hazik, final player. It looks like this is the end of Geek Fam.
Yeah, he's by himself. Hazik is just running for his life. And this is where, you see X-Fan, you see Geek Fam, both top tier teams, but it's like, how do they deal with this? The circle is there. They're both making a mad dash for it. Plus they have to deal with the enemy team. So it's one of those situations where, do you panic? Do you, do you separate from one another? And it looks like Geek Fam were just like in panic mode. They didn't know how to deal with it. And X-Fan come out the victors. They've got 4 strong, took out a decent number of Geek Fam members, and they're by themselves, and they're on top. They're number 2 in this league because of these great decisions.
Hard to get taken out this time round. They have an advantage against the players of Toda and Axis Esports here. And Expand flying on in between the player of Toda, who wants to go in and rescue their team members from the hands of Axis. Expand is going to say, hell no, you deal with The two players from Toda, they turn tails and run. No saviors are gonna come by. Axis is gonna eat up these two players from the side of Toda. Unfortunate for them. Expand shuts down Flame, and now Expand wants a piece of Axis Esports as well. Axis outside of the circle. 3 more seconds for them to move on inside before the circle puts on the kind of damage that they cannot sustain out there on the battlefield. Pedro and Chill, they back away, and I believe they are pretty disappointed and pretty upset that Expand showed up at that very final moment because they could have saved their brothers.
Okay, Expand here, great positioning. On this high ground, this building is so massive, they can see everything. Yes, there are teams all throughout, but they're not that vulnerable in that sense. They can choose what battles they want. They see SAF, they're gonna focus on that one. Very smart. Let's Go has been knocked down. He's gonna be taken out as well. Expand with 8 kills. Axis Esports are gonna make their way into the warehouse. But again, Expand don't really have anything to worry about at this moment, considering of all this real estate that they have on that roof.
It's gonna be Axis Esports now. Do they have money to buy Flame back? Yes, they do. Axis, full squad once again. But hopefully Axis finds a little bit of loot for the team member Flame, who gets brought back with just a secondary, and Raph from afar knocks Axel down onto the ground. The problem to deal with here is going to be those grenades. Neptune flying on in with those shots as well. Will get the shot onto X-Roy, and the players of Expand, they've messed with the wrong ones. Too fast, double barrel, and 666 down on the ground. Raph out of the equation. Too fast, good grenade. Tags him up, takes out Raph. One more, pops Vegeta. Vegeta hops on out. Glue wall mistake by Too Fast, and Vegeta takes advantage.
Yeah, no gun. I mean, he threw the grenade, and it looks like Too Fast will pay with his life, but Cobra continuing to fight. He's been doing quite well. He's going to look to go for the heal, and Flame rushing in, trying to find somebody. Flame is the last member of Axis. Can he do this? He does have a grenade launcher. He wants them to group. He's going to throw some glue walls, but look at this. All this noise. H2G making their way in. Axis Esports finally eliminated in 9th.
Axis, they wanted a lot, but Expand said enough is enough. We want the points from this one. We kind of bombed out in Purgatory, and we need to make up for all of those misplays. And it looks like back-to-back Expand has been able to do exactly that. Alpine pretty quickly becoming the map of Expand instead of AV Radicals. Although AV Radicals have had those radical plays, getting a ton of kills out there on the battlefield, Expand manages to buy back their player. Full squad once again. Hard to get. We'll be able to find the players of Toda, put them down onto the ground. And now it's all about how Expand gets into the circle when Hard to Get is just gatekeeping everybody.
Oh, a bit of a struggle. Todak there with 0 kills this game again, and they've been eliminated. Yeah, you got some placement points, but that's not going to be enough. Expand, on the other hand, we keep talking about these guys, but when you've got 13 kills and a piece running for his life, I mean, this is a perfect position for them. H2G with 7, they've done quite well. They've looked to just kind of vulture kills as much as possible. Ours is going to be down. They're going to look to fight with Expand.
It's going to be Expand. And every single play on the side of Expand, 14 kills in here. And they've all been resuscitated, revived at least one time. 4-bits, look at him crawling, trying to save his brother. But Too Fast is just waiting for that opportunity, waiting for the timing to go and pop him with a grenade as well. Axel, close quarters combat with the AWM, still gets the shot. Axel, you monster! Up is taken down. That's a little unfortunate if you are a fan. Cobra up top is all about the Charge Busters timing now. 4-bits trying to sneak away and will be able to run towards the back. X-Roy spots him and pops him with the Charge Buster. Hard to get taken out in the 6th place.
Yeah, Roy will take that one. That's going to be a nice little one-on-one fight that he ended up pulling it out. Very smart there. But look at this. SAF, McCrory, 1 person left. Icon Eddie, last lone survivor of Icon as well. And Blacklist International Sem9, Expand, almost full strength, completely surrounding them. They're on the outsides. They've got great positioning. Everybody else is just kind of sticking around, not breathing, doesn't want to make a sound. They do not want to be eliminated, especially since this circle is dead on McCrory.
It's going to be Blacklist International picking up a vehicle. I like this. Reposition as quickly as possible instead of Alpine. Oi, oi, oi. Victory through the glue wall. That AWM, one of the few guns that can penetrate all of those glue walls with the shots. Absolutely lethal if you are accurate. And it just seems to be a little too easy in their hands. And this is what a battle we've got on our hands here. Blacklist versus Sem9 versus Expand. Yeah, SAF is in there, but McRory's all alone. But McRory does have a grenade launcher to work with, so he can. Miracles are possible. Grenade launcher pops up from Too Fast, manages to get a knock. Ashura trades out one player from the side of Sem9. This is a three-way battle as Too Fast pops Zen. Ashura pops Orin. Expand taking out Blacklist. Blacklist taking out Sem9. But who will take out SAF?
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody right now. Blacklist International is down to their last one, but Expand does have 4 strong, 18 kills. There we go. Blacklist International has been eliminated 4th, down to the final 3 teams. Sem9 needed the points. They are in top 3. Great position for them. It's a final 2.
Excel. How can he take that shot? Fantastic play. Monsters Expand. And now final battle. Raja down on the ground. Too Fast traded out. X-Roy takes the fight straight up to victory. Charge was the victory. And Expand secures yet another booyah. What a monstrous team we've got on our hands here. Aiming to take the heads of AV Radicals next week.
Okay, Expand right there. Too Fast. Let's give props where props are due. Every single time you look at the kill feed, he would just get another grenade launcher knockdown. I mean, yeah, he might not have gotten all the kills, but those knocks are massive, especially since you get the resus. And look at those, they're dancing, they love it. Expand are on fire. Danny, what are your thoughts?
I love the dancing. I don't know if I asked for this, but what we did ask. This one is free, actually. You don't have to do anything for it.
They are listening to the English broadcast. So whatever you say, the boys are going to listen. You ask for a dance, they give you a dance.
Oh, goodness, stop. All right, hang on. What is this? This is...
Through that.
What does that mean?
Through that.
Oh, wait, is that really what it means?
Nice.
Really? I'm so confused. My God. Apparently I don't belong here anymore. Anyways, we've got the highlights rolling, but we did ask the question, right? Is Expand going to be able to close that gap between them and AV Radicals? And clearly after this round, they heard the call. They knew they wanted the points. They want that first place. And they did everything in their power to grab those kills. How many kills they ended up with? Like almost 20? Over 20? They had a lot of kills under their belt.
Definitely a lot. I mean, I lost track. I don't know if they hit the 20 mark, but they were definitely up there. I mean, they were just getting kills. They had 2 players with like 6 or 7 kills apiece. I mean, it's spread throughout. This team is incredibly balanced, incredibly strong.
Yeah, they had everything going right for them as well. And we also have to remember, right? We had Axis potentially thinking about eliminating Expand. Now, the thing is, in that fight, Expand were able to not only be the victors, but because of that fight as well, the fight happened in a compound that had a vending machine. So they were able to buy back Roy for the remainder of the game. And we know how important it is for Axis to have all 4, right? The team needs all 4 people to play at maximum capacity. So because of the placement of that fight, they had the whole team. They got Axis's loot. We have to remember that as well. You're fighting another team. You grab all their loot. They were more than prepared going into that late game. I think everyone else was at a disadvantage because they didn't have a fight happen within their own compound. So Expand, they were over-looted, they were overwhelming, they were, I don't know what other overword I have left for them, but they overexpanded.
I love seeing a team like that expand, right? I mean, it's one thing to talk about AV Radicals and all the good things they're doing, but Expand, seeing how much they've grown, right? The past 2 days, we've seen them take better fights. Their positioning has been on par. The coordination has been quite good. Whenever they go up against another team fight, they seem to be on the same page with everybody in the squad. So I love that growth.
That might tend to talk now.
Oh yeah, it was in case maybe you had something to say.
Right, we're done.
I agree. I mean, there's nothing much that I can say, right? I mean, I was expecting Expand to really pop off today, and I guess I saw a little bit of, a few of those moments that I might have been a little bit disappointed in the team, but that was yesterday, right? Today, they have been phenomenal. Today has been the day where Expand really put themselves up there on the map, and they showed us how hungry they are and how desperate they are to win and prove themselves as one of the greatest teams out there on the world of Free Fire. And I think they're doing exactly that. I hope they can, of course, produce this exact same result down at the grand finals later on as well, because, the group stage pretty much is going to be easy. You're going to see a lot of the Titans who know they can hit hard, not wanting to hit hard at all because they've got nothing to prove. They have got nothing to really snatch away because they are looking for the lion's share of the prize pool a little bit later on. And, that's not to put down any of the teams that are performing right now. but I can guarantee you it's not going to be the same sort of a story down at the grand finals.
No.
Not if the other teams can help it. I mean, especially a team, for example, like Blacklist, who've got so much of quality to really take the wins when it really is desperately needed. But Sem9, though, that team, well, I've been waiting for some signs of brilliance from Sem9, but I don't seem to see a lot of it.
It's a rare commodity with this team. They don't seem to have a lot of it, but here's my worry. I'm worried that they're trying to save this brilliance for the grand final. But here's the big concern. Are they even going to make it to the grand final? Because there are a lot of teams on their heels. There are a lot of teams that seem to be hungrier than Sem9. So if you're saving your marbles for something that's not even going to happen, what's the point?
I think going into the last weekend, you're not going to see anybody save anything, right? They're going to play it safe of just going hard. I think that at this point, saving strats is a terrible idea. There's nothing to save. You need to save yourself. You need to get yourself into the grand finals to get yourself a chance. At this point, they need to play hard.
Right, you need to earn the right to save strats. I think that's what's really happening here. Like, if you've put yourself in a position where you are guaranteed top 12, be my guest and save strats, right? Like, it doesn't matter anymore. But when you're at the bottom of the bracket, you don't have the right to save strats until you've guaranteed yourself that top 12 place. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on, because I know we want to take a look at the overall brackets. We've got the Axel from Expand, who's going to be the MVP for this round. This man has got 8 kills to his name. He's 38.8% accuracy, 4,281 damage. I think we all expected Axel to be getting the MVP here. I mean, Expand in general this round, they just exploded.
Nobody could stop them, right?
No.
They were just constantly just in every single team fight, even moments where they were surrounded on all ends. Their positioning was good enough where most of that damage was mitigated. So again, just played very, very well. A very strong team, and I expect to see Expand really put a move on AV Radicals in that last weekend.
8 kills, Axel. I mean, I expected this guy to shine a little bit more in the competition, but I guess I'll take this, you know. Late bloomers, as long as they bloom. They're a beautiful flower at the end of the day. 24 kills, 36 points. Close to equalizing the record set by the players of AV Radicals, but just a couple of slays of 3 kills away from equalizing against AV Radicals. But if anybody can catch up with AV, you're looking at them right now.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I think Expand, that's a team that you really want to look out for. If you are a AV Radicals fan and you're sort of a bit worried, maybe thinking, whose bandwagon do we jump on next? I think Expand's bandwagon there. There's a lot of space on there. Feel free to jump on. But fantastic team. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone go into the grand final, because we also need to remember going into the grand final is a complete reset, right? Everyone is on the exact same playing field. Everyone starts with 0, and it doesn't matter how well you did in the league stage. Ultimately, once you go into the grand final, you need to perform on those 2 days. And we can see some teams, they are prepping for this. Other teams, it's a bit hard to say, just because it seems like they're sort of flip-flopping all over the place, but who knows? They could be intentionally flip-flopping to try out things and try and find something that's going to work for them, and surprise their opponents. Very quickly, their current standings, 36 points going to be going into the pockets of Expand. They basically hogged the majority of the kills. They're actually at the top of the bracket, mostly did. Sem9, Blacklist, and Hard to Get. All 3 teams locking in 7 kills apiece. They had different placement points, but for this round, it seemed very top-heavy. I think the surprise team here is actually Hard to Get, because this is another team that we don't really see too much, but they sort of consistent enough to be there on that leaderboard. Let's take a look at the overall standing. It looks like they are ready. And so far, we are going to see a couple things. Firstly, Bloody Head is going to be sitting in that 12th spot. Todak have dropped to 13. Icon are close onto Todak's heels with 204. No Escape Revolt, I think they're in the running for 12. AJ, I don't know about this orange tree. I don't think it's orange season.
It's not the last week, though.
I don't know. Like, what is Orange season? Because this is a lot. This is asking Orange over the course of 2 days to be able to produce at least 60 points. And this is also not including points that offset whatever anyone who's currently placed in top 12 is going to get as well.
Yeah, I mean, okay, to be specific, it's 56 points, but who's counting, right? Because 56, 60, potato.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be Orange Esports still taking all of those, assumptions, throwing it into the trash and just playing what Orange Esports wants to play. And I think Orange Esports just wants to... I don't think at this point they're hiding strats. I think they're just lazy. I think they're like, why should we play hard and, just go ham against these other teams? Because we really want the lion's share of this prize pool. It's in the grand finals. Even if we are lazy, we're still going to make it into the grand finals anyway. We'll just play on the last week. Until we get to the last week, we're just going to show up. And not really show up strong, but just literally show up.
Just show. God. I don't know. Hola, do you think they can walk the walk? Because, I mean... The talk's here, but can they walk
for the
walk?
record, I always see these teams, and for myself, I look at kills. I think that kills really represents what the team is all about. If you're on the lower end and you have kills, you're not going to increase much because the placement points can be somewhat random, and you don't really control that destiny, so to speak. You look at the top 8 teams, you see that they have the most amount of kills, and there's a reason why they're in that situation. For those lower end tiers without the kills, it's going to be very difficult for them to change things up where they start getting those kills and they make their way into the top 12.
Well, folks, it looks like that's going to be it for today's show. Thank you so much for tuning in to week 3 of the MCPS Majors. We've got one more week to go next week, and things are really heating up towards the bottom of the bracket because, unfortunately, only 12 teams are going to make it to the grand final next month. Firstly, thank you, Hola, for joining us this week. It's been amazing having you. And as usual, thank you so much, the Mustachio AJ, for the amazing casts. We will be gone, but don't worry. We'll be back next Saturday and Sunday. Make sure you're there to catch these games. Sayonara.